Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Monkey in the Morning. I'm your host, the Ranting Monkey, and we are here to have a little bit of fun tonight. Okay, a lot of fun. This is going to be a long one, guys. Strap in, strap in. We got the second GOP debate, which, by the way, I didn't even realize was happening till about an hour before it started. I knew it was coming up. I just didn't pay any attention to the date and saw tonight's GOP debate somewhere on Twitter. I'm like, oh shit, that's tonight. Well, I should probably pay attention to that. Sorry that we weren't on time. Never late, but we try hard. Okay, I don't try hard. We we try to hit the mark that we set up there, but we never know exactly when we're going to start. And I was just getting ready to hit the go live thing when got a notification over on Twitter. Something's going on in Arizona. Does anybody know where the fuck Katie Hobbs just went? Anybody know what's going on there? Because who is it? The treasurer or something is stepping in as acting governor. Um, it I have no idea what's going on, and I can't really find any information about it. But this is who is this from? Treasurer Kimberly Yee statement on serving as acting governor, and apparently this happened around 7 o'clock tonight. But yeah, immediate release. Arizona Treasurer Kimberly Yee's statement on serving as acting governor. I've been notified that I will serve as acting governor beginning later this evening until mid-morning tomorrow. It's kind of weird. Kidnapped by the cartels. I'm not supposed to laugh at shit like that. Real quick, we got a couple of things to take care of before we jump into the show tonight. First, Unity, thank you so much. Monk can't tell time, so by MSM standards, he's black. Gotcha. Thank you so very much. Alan, thank you for the donation with no message there, my friend. Hope you're well. Also, I saw in chat that it's Shio's birthday. Shio, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Shio. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Hope you're well and that you have a great one. I really, really do. So, yeah, I don't know what's going on in Arizona, but like I said, these things happen sometimes right before the show. I'm like, crap, I got to go look and see what happened. And I can't find anything about it. The only stories that I can find about Katie Hobbs uh, are in reference to her withdrawing 13 nominees that she had put up for state positions 2 days ago. This broke like 5 hours ago, and there's no stories about what the hell's going on with Katie Hobbs. Why there's an acting governor for a few days? It's weird. I don't understand, but fuck, I don't live in Arizona. I'm sure we're gonna get some clues coming up soon. There's a rumor going around that she got indicted. The AP did write a story about that. No, it's not true. I have no idea if it's true or not. I don't much care, to be honest with you. Katie Hobbs is leaving the state for unknown reason. But why? That's the part that's the governor stepping aside like that to where they're leaving. I mean, other governors don't actually like step down when they leave the state, do they? I mean, I guess you'd have an acting governor in case wears razor fist. I mean, maybe in case something happens, but they're not technically the acting governor, are they? They're just, it's still like if something happens, right? I honestly, I have no fucking idea. So I'm going to stop talking about it other than, yeah, it's, there was a thing that came out that there's an acting governor over there for a couple of hours. Snubber, thank you. I forget Hobbs is a Democrat, right? Might explain the radio silence. That could be it too. That could be it. It's weird something happened. Yeah, I've never seen this before. But again, that doesn't mean it's not just mundane. I'm very curious. And if I remember correctly, in the one article that I read that does touch on this, it's very short, and all it does is it basically just re-show what I showed you guys there. It does mention that this chick is like fourth in line for the governorship. So and I think the attorney general's above her and is supposed to be coming back into the state tomorrow, which is they'll be the acting governor at that point. But nobody's saying what Hobbs is doing. So it's interesting. But that's not why we're here tonight. We got way too much going on. I've already wasted 4 minutes of what's likely going to be a 4-hour show. Yeah, guys, we're going to watch the whole debate. Oh, dear God. Oh, dear God. We do need one technical thing real quick. It's going to go silent for a moment. Okay, we should be coming back. Dun, 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 dun. Hi guys, welcome back. I just forgot to switch over to the other internet. Now, the Starlink would likely give us a much better picture, but we never know when that damn thing's going to get interrupted. So we got to do it on the AT&T. So there's a good chance part of this will be slideshow. That's okay. We're here for what they say more than how they look, except for in just a couple of instances. There's a couple of instances where the picture has to be seen, like Nikki Haley rolling her goddamn eyes. Chris Christie pointing into the camera to talk to Donald. I know you're watching this, Donald. Actually, we'll get to that when it comes up. My general thoughts on the debate, and we'll get into this more at the end, but Donald Trump, you should be there, man. You should be there. And for the people, oh no, Donald shouldn't be there. I saw Glenn Beck say that, Donald Trump's the winner here because he was nowhere near this. And I mean, in a sense, that's true, but that doesn't forgive him for not being there. He is running for the party nomination, and he should have his fat ass on that stage with everybody else answering questions. You're not above it, sir. You're not above it. And frankly, the more you do this, the more of these that you skip, the more respect I lose for you. Stop being a bitch and get your ass on stage. Stop being a puss. Get up there and answer questions. Yes, it's going to turn into a shit show because you're going to be the one on the stage. But you are not, this isn't a coronation. It's an election. Get your fat ass up on the stage. Vivek Ramaswamy, thank you so much, who says, please stop talking over me while I interrupt you. Yeah, we'll get there. We will get there. Isn't DeSantis the only real rival to him? I don't believe so. But it would require him to be on the stage. Right now, because he's not getting up there, he's got the benefit of not being directly compared to what's going on. I would say several of the candidates, okay, maybe two. I think Vivek has a decent enough chance. Boy, did they go after him tonight. The real takeaway from this for me is that everybody sees him as the real challenge on the stage, not DeSantis, who's the leader by far of the group that's up there. But they see Vivek as he's the one to go after. But again, we'll get to that. We got so much. I should stop fucking talking and just get this shit on the screen so we can go over, because oh my God, it's a long one. And I am going to let them do their little introduction here. We're watching over on the Rumble machine. There's going to be ads up in the corner, just like last time. I do appreciate the GOP for doing this, doing it on Rumble, so you don't have to watch on Fox News, because Fox was hosting this debate. So you could still watch it even if you don't have pay cable or any of that shit. And I appreciate them for doing that. However, the downside is that we're going to have ads for like Black Rifle Coffee, and I'm not getting paid by them. Fuckers. I'm sorry you're voting now. I've always voted. I have always voted. How dare you? How dare Ranting Monkey is Tangent Monkey. That's not untrue. Why is Jack not here? I don't know. He's had the link since I first set the stream up. He's had it for over an hour now. He's probably pooping. I don't know. He's not here. I can make up anything I want. Anyway, so we're going to let them do this. This is a debate in California out there at the Reagan Presidential Library, which, by the way, they got Air Force One inside the building. How many people are going to the Reagan Library that needs to be that big that you can have not just Air Force One, they have Marine One in there too. That's the helicopter, for those of you who don't know what Marine One is. They have both of them in there. They had this debate underneath Ronald Reagan's airplane. It's kind of cool, really, but it just seems like that's a pretty big ass building. We want Jack. I apologize. I have no way of forcing him to be here. I'm not his real mom. I know that's probably comes as a shock to you, but I'm not his real mom. All right, so this is the beginning of it, and here we go.
High in the hills of California's Simi Valley stands a monument to one of the most beloved leaders in our nation's history, Ronald Reagan, the Gipper. Great communicator, America's 40th commander-in-chief. He railed against big government.
The 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government, and I'm here to help.
One of Reagan's best lines ever. I don't mean to interrupt here, but if you've never watched Ronald Reagan give speeches or anything, or the debates, you should really watch him. This guy was great at, well, it's propaganda. And I don't mean that word in a bad way. Rhetoric. He's great at rhetoric, man. And none of these guys, I'm sorry, not even Mr. Trump, none of them live up to Reagan. And it's probably a bad idea to even have that contrast going on. Because seriously, is this too quiet for anyone else? It's as loud as it goes, I believe. And it's fine for me. So cigar chomping penguin, thank you. From what I saw, no one there has a chance in hell. They're all mimicking the flaws of Trump and having none of his charisma. I think it's worse than that. I mean, there's a couple who have charisma. Again, Vivek comes to mind. Scott's not horrible with charisma. DeSantis was a lot better this time than he was before. Mike Pence, we'll get to it when he gets to speak, but dear fucking God, when Mike gets to talk, you can just feel the air sucked out of the room. It's so bad. Why would you agree to do this at the every time this is said, it's going to say Reagan Library, and then they'll say something about Pence, and people will immediately go, well, he's nothing like Reagan. He's like the opposite of Reagan. He's like bizarro Reagan. Pence is so bad in this. I'm going to shut the fuck up. Let's get back in here.
And sought peace through strength.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
They did not want him to say that. When Reagan said tear down this wall, which again was repeated by George Bush, and it comes down under Bush's administration. But at this time, when Reagan made that statement, it was considered very controversial. Oh my God, he's going to piss off the Russians. Unlike all these fucking phony pieces, I really should have been on Rumble only tonight so that I could have just said the word I wanted to there. All these phony fucking pussies up there that were on the stage going, we need to stand up to Putin. Fuck you. None of you are Reagan. None of you would have the balls to do what Reagan did there. The only one who kind of well, actually, I'd say does have the balls to do that wasn't even there. Trump has those balls. Trump had the balls to tell North Korea, put your dick on the table. Let's see. None of these guys do, unfortunately. Pisces gal, thank you so much. I don't discriminate who I discriminate. Shame them. That's fair enough. And Unit, thank you. Link the Katie Hobbs story and Slab's RICO charge. Well, see, that's what I was talking about. Oh, was there a Streamlabs I missed? I am so sorry. But like I said, there's rumors about that being a thing, but the only story I could find on it said, no, it's not true. They didn't say what actually was going on. They just said it's not true. We'll see what happens, though. Oh, there it is. Yeah, Q, sorry about that. Hobbs was indicted under RICO and election interference, more tons of charges. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that more. And Unit, thank you for dropping the article there. Appreciate it. Why am I not hearing those? I'm hearing the ones from YouTube, but not the ones from there. Anyway, sorry. Let's get back to we haven't even got to the TARDs yet. How long have we been going already? Holy shit, this is going to be a long one. Strap in, guys. I'm not kidding. Also, I didn't talk at all yesterday, so I have pent up talking. I have such a desperate need to hear my own voice. It's like, I got to get it all out.
3 years after Reagan's landslide re-election, the Republican Party faces critical questions.
Yeah, and oh God, I'm going to say it later anyway, but for fuck's sake, they were just sitting there. All of these questions, okay, maybe not all. A good portion of these questions are just straight Democratic talking points. I know we've said this, and I'm going to keep beating this drum. Fox News is not your conservative outlet. It's not at all. The questions that are put to these candidates are mostly liberal talking points, especially when they get to the abortion part. Got to get the abortion and the immigration stuff. I'm so sorry, I have the hiccups. The immigration part, like, what are you going to do for the illegal immigrants? Shut the fuck up, lady. We're going to kick them out. Oh, I have so much to say. So much to say.
What does it mean to be a conservative?
We fight for the truth.
We are not going.
We fight for the truth. Oh, Vivek, You naive son of a bitch. We fight for the truth. You're politicians, and you might not have been one before, but you are one now. And fighting for the truth is just not what our politicians do. I'm sorry. Anybody who's telling you that, and you guys know, I'm a fan of Vivek. I like his rhetoric. He's got a lot of really good rhetoric. But we fight for the truth is just not true. The people do. Us out here in the real world, well, yeah, fuck those guys and their lying shit. And you guys will sell us out every fucking time. And that's not fair necessarily to Vivek because he hasn't actually been in a position to sell us out yet. But every fucking one of these guys will sell you out. They would sell out their own grandmamas. They don't care. It's, oh, fuck off. I'm angry.
Going to worry about what the left and the media say about us.
Okay, Ron can say that. Ron can get up there and say, yeah, we don't care what the left and the media think about us because for the most part, he's earned that reputation. The other shitbags were on the stage. The other shitbags on the stage. And I'm excluding Ramaswamy right now because he hasn't been in the position to sell out to the press yet. But you can see it in especially Nikki Haley tonight. Oh my God, what a bitch. You could see it with her. She is playing to the press. It's all she's doing.
What is the key to a thriving economy?
Which, by the way, not necessarily a bad idea. Why are you guys showing Burgum? Nobody cares about this fucker. He shouldn't even have been on the stage. But again, it's not bad to play it up to the press because that's how you get attention, but it does make you a fucking sellout.
Not regulation.
America could do for anyone what she's done for me.
We will stop the spending. We will stop the borrowing.
I missed this part when it was live. What the fuck is she wearing? Nikki. I'm beginning to hate this woman, honestly.
We will stop the earmarks.
No, you
What
won't.
is America's role in the world?
We need to build a military fitted to the widening challenges in an ever more dangerous world.
Yeah, that's great, Mike. How are you going to do that when you've given away? Well, you didn't do it because it's Biden right now, but you support giving away all of our fucking military equipment to another country, to fight Putin. It's not like we can it's not World War II where we're pumping out shit over and over and over. We take military production to just all new heights during World War II. And after World War II, it all slows right back down. We got to build it. You can't, fucker. We don't have the money or the fucking supplies, you douchebag. I still haven't got to the debate. Shut up, Frank. Shut up.
Sometimes you avoid war.
Okay, I can't help it. Can you imagine him doing a presidential physical fitness public service announcement? He looks like an egg. Okay. By the way, I'm not getting paid by Birch Gold either for the little ad up in the corner. Again, I have nothing to do with those ads. Just saying.
Are showing you tough.
And the country faces even more challenges. Would Reagan even recognize?
I'm sorry. Why did they show Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez? All right, I gotta get him mad.
The country in which we now live tonight.
Wait, what a douche move! Did you see what they just did there? Watch.
Avoid war. Are showing you tough.
And the country faces even more challenges. Would Reagan even recognize the country?
They couldn't find any shot of Trump except for the mugshot. I mean, it'll fire up Trump's base, which is not at all what they're doing here. This is hey, look at this shit. He's a criminal. Look.
In which we now live tonight, candidates seeking the Republican nomination.
I missed this part too. I was typing in Twitter while this was happening. What the fuck is this? It's not. Are they really treating this like it's the NFL and they're doing these little pre-recorded things before it? What the? Are we going to get their little stat sheets too? Show where they line up when the play starts? What the fuck is this? All right.
converge in California to chart a new path for the grand old party. Now is the time for choosing.
Thank you, Snubbert. A YouTuber I watch, Habitual Line Crosser, apparently pointed out Poland is buying a lot of military equipment from us. Most NATO countries buy a lot of military equipment from us. Is it pumped up? Look at that. This is where I started actually paying attention to what was going on the screen. Air Force One, man, that is so cool. That is all. This is where I just kind of geeked out as a political nerd and American. This right over here, that is Marine One, the helicopter that transports around the president on short jaunts, and then Air Force One. That's fun. I just want to go in there. I want to get inside. Ooh, neat graphics. Ooh. Now, this part right over here on the side, Noticasia Univision, is going to piss me off a lot through this. I'm just gonna say, I got so annoyed by the little Univision chick over and over. Could this bitch ask a question that didn't have to do with Latinos? Look, and nothing against Latinos. They have questions too, but they are the only group that gets questions specifically for them. There's no blue-haired lesbian moderator up there going, look, bull dykes really have worries about, I don't know what bull dykes care about, honestly. But there's the only representation is for Latinos. And this has been going on for years in our media, decades by now. We got to have the Spanish language person come up in here. Why? Hey, Jack, how you doing, man?
No, I'm sleepy. How you doing?
I'm already fired up, and we have not got to any of the questions yet.
Oh, well, must have been a good debate.
It annoyed me a lot. I was just talking about the fact that they have this chick from the Spanish speaking Univision, and it just gets annoying that every goddamn question she asks had the Latino voters, they're out there and they think that having the little migrant children is wonderful. What do you think? I don't know why she's Speedy Gonzalez's cousin.
I don't know. Is his cousin's name Border Jumper?
At the end, she actually says, good evening. Like, what the fuck is a good evening? And then she says, buenas noches. Not like that. I'm being a little stereotypical.
No, Univision is a shitty lefty channel.
It is. And a lot of these questions are shitty leftist questions.
Of course they are. Fox News is really turning left. Hardcore.
All right. So I guess I should shut up and let them talk.
Before you do that.
Yeah.
Because I know you're super excited to do that. Apparently I have 3 super chats from you lovely people out there. Or Streamlabs. Whatever the fuck they're called. I just woke up. Leave me alone. Thank you, Adabisi, for that generous donation. Howdy, Jack and Mug. This better be a good stream. I make no assurances ever as to the quality of our streams, but we always pretend to try really hard. Any thoughts on that one?
No.
Oh, and thank you, Chris, who says, Hobbs was indicted on RICO and election interference and more. Tons of charges. Oh, that's not good.
I say read your next one and we'll get into that.
Thank you, Vivek Ramaswamy. Well, thanks for showing up. Please stop talking while I'm interrupting you.
He actually, if I remember correctly, says that.
Nice.
He trips over his words. He does correct it. Real quick, Mighty Balzac, thank you. It's called Hispandering. Fair enough.
Hispandering.
And Snubber, thank you. Also, Jack, Katie Hobbs may be on her Rog Blagovich arc, still developing. Yeah, so Jack, at the beginning of the show, I had just seen this. Apparently, it happened like about 7:30 tonight. The treasurer of Arizona put out a statement about her being the acting governor of Arizona. And there's rumors that Katie has been indicted. I still haven't seen the actual story. Somebody linked it to me, and I'll have to check that out later.
Yeah.
But nobody knows where the fuck this bitch is. She just disappeared.
She might be in federal custody for RICO and election interference.
She may be, but yeah, the only story I found on it was the AP saying that the rumors of her being indicted aren't true. And we all know we can trust the AP.
Oh yeah, they're always telling the truth.
The the Arizona treasurer is a Republican. Yeah, there's a lot of people in there in the comments to her announcement there on Twitter, telling her, "Hey, the only thing you need to do is rescind all of the other executive orders that have been issued so far." So she's not going to do anything. She's just going to go about her day like it's any other day.
Yeah.
Especially considering she already has a time limit on it. Sometime midday tomorrow, she's relinquishing it. Reportedly to the Attorney General of the state, who's apparently out of state right now. I don't know.
Well, that's bad timing.
Yeah, but we'll find out more about that and talk more about that, I'm sure, tomorrow. So we're like, of this actual debate, about 3 minutes into their opening. We haven't even seen the candidates live yet because I've been talking.
Well, I mean, you've only been live for half an hour, so that's about right. But yeah, the Katie Hobbs thing fascinates me because everybody was saying how Carrie Lake is full shit, and there's no there. So if there is some kind of there right there, then that could prove very interesting. So I'm intrigued by that.
What's fascinating to me about it is, like I told the audience a little while ago, this broke over 5 hours ago, and there's nothing about it.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on it.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
And I'm looking because I have, over the years, I have figured out who is good at reporting on breaking stuff, and I ain't got nothing. This is the first I've heard about it. Of course, I've been asleep since like 8:30.
Well, so. I didn't even see it. Now, granted, I was also almost immediately on to the debate stuff when I woke up, but somebody was kind enough to send this to me in DMs, like, "Hey, Monkey, you see this one?" And I'm like, no, I hadn't. That's a big thing. A governor is basically AWOL, and nobody cares.
Yeah, that's really, really weird. Of course, the news is very good at suppressing stuff. I'm seeing there's a couple of announcements. The one from Kimberly Yee. Other people are saying it's breaking news that she is not currently the governor anymore. But that's about it. And that's only because I follow, a lot of people that are really good at breaking news.
All right, so let's get into the debate, guys. I'm happy to talk about Katie Hobbs. We just don't know anything, so there's not a lot more to say.
Yeah, tomorrow afternoon we'll probably know a lot more, and it should be pretty spicy by then. Because if that's true, then it should be interesting. Yeah, JMK. Sorry, JMK. I'm really tired. I had an unexpected old man nap. I was waiting on the debate to start. It was like 30 minutes to go, and then I'm like, woke up, and you're going live. So here we are.
All right, here we go.
Welcome to the second Republican debate of the.
Oh, does that get louder?
It does not. Somebody else was saying it was quiet. I'm not hearing it quiet.
Air Force One Pavilion, where the stage is set.
So I don't know what's going on there.
Huh.
Yeah. How bad is it, guys? Because I'm still gonna do this. You'll have to deal with how it is. Sorry about that.
It's really quiet.
I wonder why.
Oh no. It's maybe because it's sponsored by Black Rifle Coffee.
Let's see if representing it helps at all. Probably won't, but there's not anything else we can do about it. All right, here we go.
For a showdown.
No, it's exactly the same.
Of Fox Business, and I am thrilled to be sitting alongside my co-moderators, Fox News Channel Dana Perino and Ilya Calderon, Univision.
Just say it like a white person, man. Ilya Calderon. Shut up. Why do
Ilya Cauldron? Good job.
Why do even if you're going to say Calderon, you don't have to throw in the hello, how are you? Get all stereotypical. Why do they do that shit?
It's kind of fun to do. It's not entirely insulting. It's just something fun that happens when you're in English. Because English is a very boring language. We don't have a lot of like umlauts or anything.
I hear you and everything, but they don't do that with like Nigerian leaders.
Most people can't figure out where Nigeria is on a map.
All right.
That's just kind of cute.
Put your headphones on and it's manageable. Maybe that's part of it. I am listening on really nice headphones.
Oh.
The ones you told me about. I'm still pissed off that these are really nice and really cheap compared to the really good ones that I bought before that were shit.
Right? No, somebody in the audience recommended them.
Yeah, these things are awesome, man. Anyhow. Yeah, sorry, guys. I don't know why it's coming through so low.
Yeah.
Anyway, here we go.
Good evening. Thank you, Stuart. President Reagan famously described America as a shining city on a hill. And tonight, 7 candidates will make the case they should
Whoops, sorry, I didn't even mean to do that.
Be the one to lead that city into a brighter tomorrow. But first, they have to convince you, the voter. Please allow me to welcome our Spanish-speaking audience.
Oh, dude, just wait till she gets to her questions.
So wait, we've got our current ruler, which is a white woman, middle-aged white woman. We got our former ruler, a Brit, and we've got our future rulers, a Latina, all going to ask our potential leader a bunch of stupid-ass questions. Is that what you're telling me?
I don't mean to give it away, Jack. The final question of this debate, or what was supposed to be the final question of this debate, is fucking retarded.
I suspect this whole thing's fucking retarded.
Oh, no. I hear you. I hear you, but you have no idea. If you didn't watch it, you just have no idea how fucking bad it is.
Yeah, I really wanted to watch it. I was like, I'm going to be prepared for the show. and then I fell asleep because that's how enthusiastic I was to watch it. I caught a little bit of Trump's speech, but
I haven't seen any of that. Also, Tucker had a new video drop today, which I only got to watch half of. It's him talking to O'Reilly, which it's a really interesting video.
Did they talk about O'Reilly being like all sexy for the ladies?
No, not really, but he did ask him directly about the Inside Edition video.
Oh, nice. Classic.
Cigar Chomping Penguin says, Monk, I think I figured out why you felt compelled to do a stereotypical accent, right? It's not my fault. It's her fault.
She didn't do nothing. Look at her. She's cute as a button.
She is. She's adorable.
She's a little chubby, but she's cute.
Muy buenas noches a todos. Desde la Biblioteca Presidencial Ronald Reagan.
Look, guys, we finally have a reason to know what biblioteca means.
Yeah, there's the Reagan Library.
Yes.
That's I knew it. I learned something. Yay.
That is why we all learned what biblioteca meant.
Yes. Right there. It all paid off. Thank you, 1 week of Spanish class.
Why is it always teaching kids to learn how to ask where the library is, like any of them would go there anyway?
That's where the public bathroom is.
I suppose so.
Los precandidatos republicanos también su voto para las primarias del partido. Bienvenidos.
To you too.
And good evening. So let's meet the candidates who have qualified and chosen to be on this stage tonight.
You gotta love that little thrown in part.
Yeah, chosen to be here. Because Trump was like, fuck you, Fox.
Fuck. Yeah, let's meet the candidates who the measures to get on the stage were a little harder than last time. So I forget the guy. Nobody even remembers him from the last one. But there's one less candidate on the stage tonight than there was last time.
Oh, what was it? Asa Hutchinson?
Yes, that's who it was. Hutchinson's not here.
Yeah, he's forgettable. I'm kind of surprised they didn't tighten up the numbers a little bit more so they could have a much more manageable number. There's still way too many people up there.
That is, yeah, there absolutely is. So, but it's fun. So
they are positioned by the order they rank in the polls, with the highest polling candidate in the middle. Standing center stage, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
I think he's lost some weight.
He looks like he has a little bit. His smile it's not very endearing. He looks scared.
That's because every time he smiles, his eyes close.
I can't talk to that because I have squinty eyes.
Oh,
yeah.
But
I
his
feel
eyes aren't always like that. It's just when he smiles, makes him look a little bit like a cartoon.
My eyes are always like that, like they're closed by the sun, but I'm indoors.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well.
Flanking the governor, entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy.
Ramaswamy has let the left side of his hair grow out. We'll see that throughout the night, and it's really distracting. I'm pointing it out now because I did point it out last time, the hair bump that this guy has. Vivek, get a fucking haircut, dude.
Yeah. Get a better barber. Just because you're going bald, man, just accept it. Happens to a whole lot of Indian dudes.
Indeed.
Carolina Governor Nikki Haley.
Our Karen of the night.
Yeah.
South Carolina, Senator Tim Scott.
I don't know why Tim has that 5 o'clock shadow goatee thing going on.
But
it just made him
grow goatee for, street cred.
It made him look old.
Yeah, I can see that.
He got some big ass gums too. I never noticed that before.
Really, he smiles a lot.
I know, but I've never actually noticed. Maybe it's because my eye was so drawn to the goatee thing, because he never has that. I don't know why he's going gruff tonight. Maybe somebody told him he didn't look manly enough or something.
Yeah, I don't know. He always looked fairly masculine to me. I don't think he needs to grow a goatee.
Me too, but this is the kind of there really are people out there, guys, who give these idiots this kind of hey, look. They say you'd look a little more masculine with a little stubble. There's people who that's their fucking job.
Now, if he shows up to the next one wearing a yellow t-shirt, he's going for the Luke Cage look.
Could be.
Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie.
Governor Chris Christie.
On the wing tonight, former Vice President Mike Pence.
Why is Pence and Christie on the stage?
For my amusement.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah.
Fox News has been pushing Haley and Christie a lot. Because my parents watch Fox News because they're super fucking old. But those two are on there damn near every day.
And after tonight, they are going to be there a lot more.
Ugh.
Look, after the first debate, I don't know if they actually said it out loud to anybody, but the word went out that the way you get attention is to attack Vivek Ramaswamy. And boy, you would think you'd go after DeSantis since he's the one who's leading the pack. But no, they're all going after Vivek.
Because Ramaswamy's numbers have been going up and DeSantis has been going down.
Ramaswamy's actually had quite the drop. The latest poll I saw had him at 2.
Really?
Yeah.
That's surprising.
Again, it depends on what poll you look at, but
yeah,
I was shocked to see him basically center stage.
Wow. They did one poll where they matched up different candidates with Biden to see how they would do, and the one said Nikki Haley would win by 5 points. So I was like, bullshit. Nobody believes that. If they do it's Nikki Haley and her campaign, because that is a load of garbage.
Haley can't look. She might be able to pull out a win over Biden with the economy and everything, but 5 points my ass. Anyway, here we go.
And North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum.
Dougie, go home.
I kind of like this guy.
Look, I said this on Twitter. This guy doesn't belong here, but at least give him equal time. And they really don't. He's forgotten. He shouldn't even be here. Let's be honest. He wouldn't have been on the first stage if he didn't fucking bribe people to get up there. So, yeah, fuck this weirdo. You don't belong up there, Dougie. Go home.
A variety of issues important to
I don't know. He belongs there more than fucking Pence does.
I mean, Pence was at least the former vice president. He's got name recognition through that, even if within a lot of Republican circles he's hated.
I guess, but
I didn't even know Burgum's name last time. And I follow this shit.
Yeah. No, I just think the guy's he's just some eccentric that's up there for something to do, and I dig that. I don't know why. It's just like, well, that's better than sitting around the house.
As a comedic value kind of thing, there's value there, but otherwise, he's just taking up space. He's taking up. It's like Christie. Christie should not be up here, and while he has more name recognition, I mean, he basically destroyed any credit he had in the Republican Party over the last 3 years as he went on his "fuck Donald Trump" tour.
Yeah, that's the only reason he's on there. It's kind of same with Pence, but none of those three should be up there. But at least Burgum's up there for my amusement. I kind of like the guy. I don't know why.
Where was he governor of? He's South Dakota, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so 4 people voted for him and he became governor. All right, here we go.
1 minute to answer and 30 seconds to respond if singled out.
Same rules as before. If you get singled out, you get to respond. Keep that in mind, Jack. A little foreshadowing there.
When their time runs out, we'll all hear this.
And nobody will care. You heard it, right? Ding, ding. When that happens, time has run out. Sort of.
We have a lot of ground to cover, so please keep it civilized.
Let's get going.
You guys put out the word to be douchebags. After the first debate, what most of the news I saw was, look at how Nikki, they tried to pull a Kamala thing here when Tulsi knocks out Kamala. They praised her for how well she did. She didn't do shit. She didn't do anything. Anyway, fuck off.
She fought the patriarchy monkey.
She fought the hair coif.
We are in this spacious, sunny
Okay,
place.
I do have to back up. I'm going to shut up for this part. I promise. Because it needs to be seen to be believed. These idiots are about to ask one question. Between the 3 of them, it's like a trio question. One question by 3 fucking people. And it pissed me off when I heard it because I'm like, what the fuck kind of weird shit am I watching right now? Are you ready for this, Jack?
No.
We have a lot of ground to cover, so please keep it civilized.
Let's get going. We are in this spacious, sunny place tonight, designed to reflect the very nature and character of Ronald Reagan. It's a place that makes you proud to be an American. Yet today our nation is drowning in division and incivility.
Voters say they dread the 2024 election and find politics exhausting. 2 in 3 Americans think the country is on the wrong track. And 3 in 4 say the economy is not in good shape.
Prices are up 18% since 2020. More than half of the US population has little access to childcare. 85% of Americans say their personal finances are a source of stress.
Americans want to believe a leader who says, "You can follow me. I've got you. Don't worry." President Biden is trying to do that with Bidenomics.
And yesterday, he joined the picket lines where auto workers are demanding more wages and job security. Senator Scott, you recently reacted.
Before we get to, do you see this shit? Why are they doing that? Why does
I have seen that before.
Why?
You know, the only place I've ever seen stupid shit like that? Telethons. They want money. I feel like I should be calling in to help sick kids.
And let each of them ask a question. Why do they have to have a tag team question like it's professional wrestling?
And why is it a giant paragraph question anyway? There's a lot in there they were wedging together.
Yes, and the question itself, you know, I'll just do that so we can get back to it.
Oh, real fast. Thank you, Uncle Adolf. Give me Christy and I'll make a lot of soap and lampshades. Oh, well. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's a signature style to everything. So some Chris Christie soap could be a thing. It'd be an interesting marketing tactic. Thank you, Uncle Adolf.
All right. Spoiler alert. That's the only time they do this in the debate that I remember.
Oh, thank God, because that would get so annoying.
As I was listening to this, I was pissed off. I'm like, why are they doing that? Just ask a question. Fuck.
They probably all have giant egos and didn't want to give up the first question.
I guess. All right.
Thanks.
And yesterday, he joined the picket lines where auto workers are demanding more wages and job security.
Yeah, big thing. President Biden went to the picket line. Yeah, that's a good fucking use of our president's time. We weren't here yesterday, Jack, so I didn't get a bitch about that, so I just needed a moment. Biden's on the picket line. He needs to be in an old folks' home. Tell me
he doesn't know he's on a picket line. He's like, oh, look, a bunch of people that love me.
Yeah, they told him he was going for ice cream. Let's be real.
Yeah.
Senator Scott, you recently reacted by praising Ronald Reagan for firing air traffic controllers in the 1980s, saying, you strike, you're fired. Would you fire thousands of striking auto workers today, Senator?
Obviously, the President of the United States cannot fire anybody in the private sector. However, we should look back at the first bill in Congress under Joe Biden. The first bill had $86 billion for the union pensions because they continue to overpromise yet underdeliver. One of the challenges that we have...
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. And we shouldn't be paying private pensions out of federal funds.
Oh, fuck no. If you screwed up, it's on you. Sorry, look. The federal government should not be bailing all these companies out constantly. It's ridiculous. Nope. And a lot of the pensions are ridiculously overvalued.
Most pensions are Ponzi schemes, if we're being honest about it.
Yeah.
You get your money because you paid in, and the next guy will be paying in. That's how we'll still have the money to be paying. Except for, oh, yeah, we laid off like half as many workers as when you were here, so we don't have that money anymore.
Yeah.
Whoopsie. We spent it. Look at my beautiful house as I lead your union.
Yeah, as I retire to my Costa Rican tax shelter. Let's face it, the unions are so incredibly corrupt. Aside from not doing anything for the average worker other than getting them a tiny raise, which the union then takes as dues, they're not doing anything for you. They're just taking your money.
Retro says he's not stoned tonight. Disappointed. Yeah, stoned Scott was a lot better, in my opinion. He did better for his candidacy here, but it was a lot more fun last time when he was like, oh, look at the colors.
Yeah, that's true.
The current negotiations is that they want 4-day French work weeks, but more money. They want more benefits, working fewer hours. That is simply not going to stand. I sat in a finance committee hearing when a widow came before the committee who was promised pensions from the unions, $4,000 a month. Unfortunately, it had been cut to $1,000 a month.
Them unions are going to take care of you guys. Promise, getting a quarter of what you were promised. It's almost like they run like governments.
Yeah. I would, if I was a line worker, I would not trust the union at all. They are not going to, they do not have your best interest at heart, and they are going to fuck you over.
We must make sure that we honor the commitments that we make, and one of the ways that we do.
Oh, homie, stop. No. I don't have to honor a fucking commitment that the union's made. It's not my job.
Yeah.
And I shouldn't have to pay for that. I didn't work for GM. I didn't work for GE. I didn't work for any of the G's, Jack. It's not my job to pay their fucking pensions.
Yep. And public sector unions should not be a thing either.
Oh, but public sector unions should not exist. They just shouldn't.
Yep.
It is an easy way for candidates to basically buy votes. It's bullshit. You should not be able to do that.
Absolutely agree.
Do not overpromise and then underdeliver and leave the taxpayers on the hook.
Taxpayers should never be on the hook, sir.
I'll say this, Joe.
And the reason I stopped there is because just a moment ago he said we got to keep what we promised. I didn't promise shit. Sorry.
Oh, well, you got it paused. Thank you, disgruntled technician. We're voting on bringing a union in at work. I'm going to be paying and making less per hour with less guaranteed work and less freedom at work. Sounds like a great deal. Yeah, that's exactly what you get in the union. I've been a member of a union. It sucked balls. They just took our money and didn't do anything for us. Especially if you were part-time. You still had to join the union. They were taking a cut of your money, and they never did anything for part-timers.
Nope.
But they will fight for that guy that slacks off, no calls, no shows, and tries to get people hurt at work.
Again, for those of you just joining us, sorry about the sound. There's not much we can do about. There's nothing we can do it. I don't know why I say not much. Like I could do something. I suppose I could turn my mic down so that it's a little more leveled out.
I can't turn mine down, so
yeah, then I can't do mine because then you'd just be screaming at it instead of both of us.
Yeah, I'm the loud.
I will do my best not to get too loud tonight. How about that?
I make no guarantees because I don't know how loud I am most of the time.
Oh, there's gonna be parts of this where you're going to love it.
Oh, yay! Thank you, Evolved Potato. The union gives you a $1 raise and charges you $2 more in union fees. That's how unions work. Yep, pretty much. Most of these unions should have been charged years ago anyway because they were agents of the Soviet Union. Fucking communists. You'd be amazed how many people in the unions fall for communist style rhetoric from the unions, but they just buy into it because they believe the propaganda that the unions are there to help them, and they're really not anymore.
We're about 30 seconds into the first question, so I'm going to leave it at that. Ready to go?
Sure.
Should not be on the picket line. He should be on the southern border working to close our southern border because it is unsafe, wide open, and insecure.
And I agree with him here, right? But it's irrelevant to the question. This is, oh God, of course they do this. And this happens throughout the debate, Jack, where he's asked the question and he answers it, which he did a decent job answering it, other than the never mind. But then switches to something completely different just to get the applause line, just to get that fucking soundbite in.
Yeah.
That is annoying as shit. Answer the question, homie. By the way, I'll call all of them homie. That's not just because he's black. Answer the question, homie. And then shut the fuck up. Ugh. Did I mention I'm a little angry?
I picked up on that. I have a keen sense of monkey rage.
Oh.
Leading to the deaths of 70,000 Americans in the last 12 months because of fentanyl. It is devastating. Every
irrelevant to the question.
America is now a border county because fentanyl has devastated Americans in every single state. I will also say 6 million illegal crossings since Joe Biden has taken office. And he eliminated Title 42. The one thing he
Wait. Your time's up, sir. That's 6 million known crossings.
Yeah.
That needs to be pointed out. 6 million that we know about. Anytime they talk about the number of illegal crossings, those are the ones who've been caught, not just the ones that, got away. And we know those happen constantly.
Should do is finish the wall, reinstate Title 42, and get the job done.
So you just gave us reasons to vote for Trump, homie.
Yeah.
Finish the wall and Title 42. Who did those, Jack?
That'd be Trump.
Donald. Yeah, you just gave us reasons to vote for Trump. You didn't give a single of your own ideas there. Not a single one. Oh, fuck, man. And first question of the night, the ding goes off, and notice it didn't stop him. He kept going.
The bell, it means nothing.
The only way those bells are going to work is if they are attached to shock collars, which I'm not opposed to, especially for Christie.
If the bell would go off and they'd immediately cut their mic, that would work too. Or at least make people stay in line a little more. But they're not going to do that because they're pussies.
Well, I can promise you that we are going to have a lot of questions on the border and immigration. But in the meantime, we do want to talk.
Of course you are, because you have Spanish language TV up there. Gotta pander to those illegals.
Gotta pander to them all.
Gotta pander. All right.
Talk about the economy and jobs, and especially want to talk.
I did enjoy that I got to see DeSantis's wife all night because she's cute.
Yeah. What's
I don't know what this chick over here is wearing though with the beads. That's just weird looking. Thank you, Keldrick. If he actually answered the question, he wouldn't be a very good politician. Well, like I said, he did answer the question. He just kept fucking going. And I got to get my stump speech in.
Right.
I don't even know what the question is. I got to go back. I got distracted by DeSantis's wife. Jesus is going to be mad at me.
Well, I can promise you that we are going to have a lot of questions on the border and immigration. But in the meantime, we do want to talk about the economy and jobs, and especially want to talk about this strike for just a moment.
Why?
More.
Why we need to talk about this strike? See, this is what I'm talking about with these are questions that should be going to fucking liberals. What are you going to do for the unions? Fuck you. Sorry.
Well, to be fair, Trump's speech was in front of the protesters. He did talk about the UAW stuff, so that's why I think they're asking these questions. That box is going very hard left.
It's not if they want to give an opinion on a speech, that's fine. That's their right to do so. But this is the Republican debate. Why are you asking for Democrat talking points?
Because they're ceding the Democrat position immediately. They're saying that is the position to be taking. I'm sure they asked about trans rights too, didn't they?
Not that I remember. They start this by telling us how bad the American economy is. And instead of a question about what Joe Biden has done as president to fuck this economy, like, Joe Biden was on the picket line. What do you think about UAW? Something that the federal government has no fucking business in. Sorry.
Monkey's angry. Monkey's.
I am, because this is such bullshit.
Of course it is.
Like this, the whole, oh, fuck, never mind.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you've said you really empathize with the strikers. You're standing next to Senator Scott. And do you agree with what he said, or do you think he's wrong?
I just want to point out that Vivek's hair won't even fit into the fucking screen. Look at it. It looks like he slept on one side of his head. Dude, please cut your hair. Please. All right. Do you agree with Mr. Scott? That was the question. I'll shut up. I know I get sidetracked by things like his hair and ties. For the record, I want to say last debate, Jack, I made fun of several people for their ugly fucking ties and not just wearing the red tie. Everyone's wearing a red tie tonight.
Huh.
I'm just saying. And that horrible bitch, Nikki Haley, she showed up in a full-on red dress.
All right, I can tell you how this happened. You made that comment. A day later, it was on Steven Crowder's show. And all their aides were watching.
Steven, stop stealing our shit. All right, here we go.
I agree with some of what he said, for sure. I like the spirit of it. I'll say that I don't have a lot of patience for the union bosses. I think that's where he and I actually have a common view. I do have a lot of sympathy for the workers, however.
I have sympathy for the workers, too. They have to work a 5-day work week, Jack, and that sucks.
Oh my God, 8 hours at a time too. Oh, they're gonna be sitting on the floor crying about it on a TikTok video. Wait.
There are times when people strike, and I'm like, I at least understand why.
Yeah.
I understand why people want to get a union into Walmart because they've been lied to about what it'll do for them.
Oh,
but it's because, especially at the time where the big push to unionize Walmart, it was really low paying. Walmart pays decent now. Not great, but decent.
Yeah, they pay on par with a lot of other places. Often more. So I'd be like, quit bitching.
I understand the plight there. I do, but that's not applicable to the UAW, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
People are going through real hardship in this country. I've been through hardship growing up. My father stared down layoffs at GE under Jack Welch's tenure at the GE plant in Evendale, Ohio. My mom had to work overtime in nursing homes in Southwest Ohio to make ends meet and pay off our home loan.
I hate when candidates do this shit. He just went into a stump speech.
Yeah.
And thankfully, Jack, believe it or not, this does not happen much after this.
Oh, good, because it is a little annoying.
He just, this is my thumb speech. In fairness, most of the time it happens, it's him. Which is weird because in the last debate, he actually made a joke about, okay, now we're all off our stump speeches. Let's get into it.
I ran out of stump speeches, guys.
Yeah. Ugh.
So I understand that hardship is not a choice, but victimhood is a choice.
True.
And we choose to be victorious in the United States of America. You know what? If I was giving advice to those workers, I would say go picket in front of the White House in Washington, D.C. That's really where the protest needs to be. Disastrous economic policies that have driven up prices, that have driven up interest rates and mortgage rates. At the same time, wages remaining stagnant. What we need is to deliver economic growth in this country. Unlock American energy. Drill, frack, burn coal, embrace nuclear energy, put people back to work by no longer paying them more money to stay at home, stabilize the US dollar itself, and rescind a majority of those unconstitutional federal regulations that are hampering our economy. That is how we unleash American exceptionalism. And that's not a Democratic vision or a Republican vision. That is an American vision that we embrace economic growth, and capitalism is still the best system known to man to lift us up from poverty, and we should not apologize for it. That's what it means to be an American.
Two things. One, Vivek, could you please get your spit under control? Oh, it's so hard watching people talk and they got that line of spit that connects their two lips. Ugh.
Yeah.
Oh, stop it. Swallow once in a while. Shit. Do what your mother should have done.
Wow.
You know I like Ramaswamy. This was a horrible answer. Absolutely horrible. He just goes into his stump speech and he's trying to talk about literally everything all at once. You'll get more time to speak, homie. Cut your fucking hair and calm down. He needs some of what Tim Scott was on last time.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Bring it down a little bit. Bring it down. Not everything has to be at the height of your hair, man. His hair's killing me. Fuck, dude, get a haircut. That looks so stupid.
He's got that coif. Like, I feel like he's going to go harass some squares.
It looks like he had a beehive. Like he had a beehive and the shit fell over.
No, he's going to sing some ballads from Greece.
Tell me more, tell me more. Did I ever tell you I was in Greece in high school?
No, I assumed as much while you were singing there.
Just as a backgrounder, I didn't get any of the plum parts because I had blonde hair.
Oh.
Blonde people get fucked over in these kind of things. I'm just saying.
Sure they do.
No, my drama teacher honestly told me that's why.
Oh.
How fucked up is that?
You couldn't dye your hair? I mean...
I'm not dyeing my hair. I'm not a chick.
Well, you were kind of gay for being in theater, but...
You know what's in theater? Chicks.
Lesbians.
And they're kind of hoey, if I'm being honest.
Well, yeah, that's fair, I guess.
Together, the CEOs of General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis make 336 times the number of rank and file workers. That's just part of a wider income inequality trend in the country.
Oh my God. Yeah, that is such a left-wing talking point.
I'm rocking right now, so I don't scream.
Yeah.
Are you really talking about income inequality?
Yes. This is the new Fox.
Jesus fucking Christ. By the way, Stuart Varney's an annoying little shit. I don't like this guy. And it's not necessarily the stuff he reports on. His voice drives me insane.
Is it because he's too posh?
Yes. It's like he's trying to do a posh British accent, but with an American Southern one thrown in. And it just comes out as annoying. Grimm's Bar, thank you. With hair like that, he always has a job at Ancient Aliens. Thank you so much.
Nice.
Well played. Good pop culture reference there too. All right.
The richest 1% now controls 1/5 of all income. Vice President Pence.
I thought you might like to know that Tom McDonald just asked if cereal is soup. Point out to him that is my talking point, and we should talk. All right. Income inequality, blah, blah. Here we go.
Last week, you said you side with American workers, but you also support how these companies operate. Which is it?
What?
Ain't that such a bullshit question?
That is such a loaded question. Like, we're in a dichotomy now. You can't support both,
No,
or neither, for that matter.
The only way to support that is to be you got to be on the income inequality. This is what we're telling you guys about Fox News. This is what we've been telling you. Anyway, I do have to back this up, Jack, because there's something that happens here that you have to see.
You said you side with American workers, but you also support how these companies operate. Which is it?
Well, thank you for the question. I want to thank Univision and Fox Business for assembling such a wonderful forum.
Did you feel the air get sucked out of the room when he started talking?
Yeah, because he's a fun sponge.
I want to thank you. I can't do his voice. I want to thank
you.
Hi,
guys. Ugh.
You know, stop with the thanking them for this. You realize they're getting paid, right? That it is sponsored by the Republican Party. They got tons of advertising that goes on through this. They're not doing it for you, Mike.
Nobody likes you, Pence.
And it's amazing through this whole thing, Jack. Everybody else, even Nikki Haley, whose voice has started to make me want to punch myself in the gonads, when he speaks, it is such a weird change in tone, and you can feel it in the room. Like you said, fun sponge. It's all sucked right out.
I'm telling you, people always call that into question when I mention it. And no, I'm telling you, there's a demon out there that lives inside of others who thrives off misery. He's got one, and that's exactly what happened. They walk in there and like, hey guys, and people that are like, yeah, hi, Mike.
I want to thank you guys and Univision for shut up, Mike. Answer the damn question. Who do you side with?
You're so boring, Mike.
How do you make a power tie look pussified?
Look, I do disagree with something Tim Scott just said. Joe Biden doesn't belong on a picket line. He belongs on the unemployment line. Look, I'm from the second league.
All right,
Grandpa.
I'm keeping a counter. There's joke number one that falls flat.
There's going to be more than...
Yeah. Spoiler alert. Bruh, dude, answer the fucking question. I need to disagree with something Tim Scott said. Were you asked about that, motherfucker? Tim's like, what? I know, right? Look at Tim's face right there.
I don't even know this idiot.
Mike, shut up. He's trying to help him out here.
Leading manufacturing state in the country per capita. I was governor of the state of Indiana. We brought 12,000 factories back to America during our administration. I know something about manufacturing. And I got to tell you, while the union bosses are talking about class warfare and talking about disparity in wages, I have to tell you, I really believe what's driving that is Bidenomics has failed. Wages are not keeping up with inflation. Auto workers and all American workers are feeling it, and families are struggling in this economy.
How do you make good points sound bad, Mike? Shut up.
Because he's so boring. Oh, thank you, Keldrick. Mike gets his life energy from consuming joy. Yeah, that's how fun sponges work. The demon thrives off the misery of others. It's like candy to him, and it keeps them alive. So that demon that lives in Mike's torso is just enjoying reaping the benefits of Mike being the most stiff, boring human being on the planet. I'm telling you.
Tony asked if there was going to be a Phasmo stream tonight. I may stream after this, but it's going to depend on how long this goes. This is going to be a long one. We're like 4 minutes in to the actual debate right now, and it's with commercials and stuff. It's like an hour and a half. So good luck to us all.
And Joe Biden's Green New Deal agenda is good for Beijing and bad for Detroit. We ought to repeal the.
How do you not get an applause for that, Mike?
Because people were falling asleep. That's how.
By the way, China takes a beating in this one. Deservedly so, but China takes a beating in this one. They obviously are paying attention to the polls.
New Deal, get rid of the mandates and subsidies that are driving American gasoline, automotive manufacturing into the graveyard. And beyond that, also, as President of the United States, I'll be standing with workers all across America, and I'll be standing for the right to work of every American to join a union or not join a union as they decide.
You mean federal law?
What? Just because the courts worked on this one a couple of times now doesn't mean anything.
The Supreme Court already decided this, homie. Fuck.
Thank you, Uncle Adolf. Monkey, hear me out with the blonde hair. I have a wonderful guard job for you. You get a nice uniform.
Sorry, homie. I don't have blue eyes. Mine are hazel. So close. So close.
You get the discount Hugo Boss uniform then.
Indeed. I got to buy it behind a store somewhere in New York.
You mentioned, will you care to respond?
There's no doubt that Joe Biden needs to be fired. That's why I'm running for president. I look forward to being the next president of the United States. I will also say, I know America can do for anyone what she's done for me. That's why we're focusing on restoring hope, creating opportunities, and protecting the America we all love. Growing up in a single-parent household, I wondered if the American dream would work for a kid in the inner city. I've got good news for every single child. Whether you're in the inner cities of Chicago or the rural parts of Iowa, America and the dream, it is alive, it is well, and it is healthy. God bless these United States of America.
God, you weren't kidding about the stump speeches.
Like I said, it's not too many of them. It's really not. But yeah, just straight in. You want to respond to that? Oh, thank you. I'm going to do some of my stump speech now. How many times have we heard about him growing up in the inner city? We get it. A place called Hope. We all know. Shut up. Somebody told him after the last one, like, Tim, perk up a little bit. This time we'll give you a Coke instead of Xanax.
Right.
But Jesus Christ, man.
Dr. Haley, you raise your hand.
I think we need to look at exactly what happened. Biden showed up on that picket line, but why are those workers actually there? It's because of all of the spending that he has pushed through in the economy that's raised the inflation. So
wrong. That's not why they're there. You can sit there and go, oh, they're doing it because of the inflation. They're doing it because they want more money and less hours.
Yeah.
Tell me how the less hours part has fuck all to do with inflation.
Yeah,
please.
If anything, you'd think they'd want more overtime.
Yeah. Remember when that used to be a thing, when they would push for overtime?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And they would push for like extra pay for overtime work.
Uh-huh.
And now that was a big thing. Like, but then people had a work ethic back then.
And I'm not saying Joe Biden hasn't screwed up the economy. Of course he has. But they're specifically talking about this strike down there. I don't even know where the fuck they're doing the strike at. The UAW.
They're doing it at 5 locations right now, I think. They might have expanded it. But yeah, they selected a handful of sites.
Well, I saw a thing, I think today, where it said, if they don't get what they want, they're gonna do more striking. Well, fuck you.
Yeah, they're gonna lose more jobs.
Tim Scott called it out at the beginning. This is not just about the economy for these people. They want to work less, paid more.
Yeah,
that doesn't have fuck all to do with the inflation that's going on. So please stop sucking up to these actual assholes and trying to make this one Joe Biden's fault. Joe Biden's a shitbag. That's fine, but don't attach it to this.
No, this is greed.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Thank you again, Uncle Adolf. I was Tim's coach, and I gave him meth like all my other employees.
Fair enough.
That would explain quite a bit.
It really would. All right, back to this shrill bitch. Whoops, my bad. I didn't mean to suggest she was bought and paid for. We'll get into that later.
when you look at the fact that we are paying higher gas prices, higher grocery prices, $7,000 more a year for families, what we need to do is I came out with an economic plan, eliminate the gas and diesel tax so that.
Okay. Eliminate the gas and diesel tax, sweetheart. How are we going to repair the fucking roads? You guys do know that's what gas tax goes to, right? Theoretically.
Yeah,
how are we going to repair the nation's highways?
Well, if we shut down the Department of Education, we could divert that to infrastructure.
I suppose so. This is one of those talking points. Look, lower gas taxes. All right, fine. If you can still pay for road repairs and shit. But you can't just eliminate the gas tax without saying, here's how we're going to pay for this stuff. You can't. Well, I mean, you can, but only an idiot would fall for it.
That they have more money in their pocket. Let's focus on going after middle America and cutting taxes for middle America and collapsing those brackets. Let's get rid of unfair distortions like the state and local.
Again, Jack, I'm all for lowering taxes. But you know what she didn't say in any of this so far? Cut spending.
Let's not get crazy, monkey.
Inflation right now. Inflation right now is driven by the fact that we don't have enough money to be paying for the shit that we're paying for. So they just printed money. And if you lower taxes without lowering spending, you're going to have to print even more fucking money.
Not their money. They don't care.
Nah.
Local tax that they give to wealthy people in blue states and paid by red states.
I'm sorry. I got to jump back in here because she mentioned gasoline. Who's raised gas taxes? The cost of gas is not going up because of fucking gas taxes. So giving people just a couple of their cents back every time they go to the pump isn't going to fucking help with their grocery bill because it's a meaningless amount to begin with.
Well, obviously, this is the Saudis' fault. It's not because we don't drill here. It's because of OPEC not producing enough, right? That's how this works?
Yeah.
It's always somebody else's fault.
Somebody else's. Got to drill, baby, drill.
Oh, no, we can't do that. That's the environment.
Make sure we make the small business taxes permanent. They only made those temporary. They made the corporate taxes permanent. Let's focus on what it takes to get more cash in the pockets of workers. That's when we'll be able to deal with strikes like this, not sitting on a picket line like Joe Biden is.
How will you be able to deal with a strike like this with all that stuff? It has nothing to do with what they're asking for. The fuck are you talking about? How long are we going?
Oh, yeah, whatever.
Shit.
Thank you, Governor Haley. We have other questions.
Of course, we got other questions.
Allow me to.
I just have to. I'm sorry.
Allow me to.
I'm sorry. I have to jump in because we're missing the point, and every other network is missing the point. The reason why people are striking in Detroit is because Joe Biden's interference with capital markets.
Okay, two things. Good on Dougie for jumping in there because last time he was just an also. They didn't even pay attention to poor Dougie. Good on him for standing up and having a spine there, Jack.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, he knows he's not getting a question otherwise.
But he just did the same goddamn thing she did. The strike. Listen to me, people. The strike has nothing to do with Biden's inflation. These are greedy people who are lazy and don't want to work, but they want to be paid even more than they're being paid now at 40 hours. Because they want to go French. And that is a European idea. The whole, we can only work 4 days. Yeah. Specifically from the French. Why are we following the French? Are we going to stop bathing too? Not enough stink around. We need more Frenchies up here.
I think they're trying to copy the Spanish where everything closes down at 3 and may or may not reopen.
Hey, I'm all for a siesta, man. I am not for
people got
Tying
this to Biden is fucking stupid. Sorry, Dougie.
And with free markets, the subsidies, we're subsidizing the automakers and we're subsidizing the cars and a particular kind of car, not every car,
we're subsidizing electric vehicles. And when you decide that we're going to take all of your taxpayer monies, take $1 billion, subsidize a certain type of vehicle, and the batteries come from China. China controls 85% of the rare earth minerals. They're called rare earth because they're measured in parts per million. China is moving 100,000 pounds of earth in Indonesia, in Africa. They're literally destroying the planet so that we.
I want to punch him in the nuts for that line. We're destroying the planet. Shut up, Dougie.
It is a very invasive thing to remove those from the planet, but there are parts of the world that nobody cares about, let's be honest.
But by that measure, I mean coal is destroying the planet.
Yeah, well, the way the Chinese are doing it isn't just the usual extraction methods. They're doing the old, like, scorched earth way, where they're just tearing everything up. So I kind of see what he's trying to say. It's just a really bad way of saying it.
I don't go for any of that destroying the earth bullshit.
Well, they're just making it uninhabitable for a little while. But
now,
again, most of these places are not really inhabitable to begin with.
Fair.
They can make a battery that's in a car subsidized here. That's why they're striking, because they need 2/3 less workers to build an electric car. Joe Biden, this strike is at Joe Biden's feet.
Okay, let's say you're right on that, Dougie. Explain the 4-day work week. Why? The only one who brought that up was Tim. And all the others are in such a rush. How about just calling them the lazy, greedy fucks they are and being done with it? God, have some balls, Republicans. Shit, you're in Reagan's library. He was like, they're striking? Fuck them. And fired their asses. And you guys are just tripping over yourselves to try to make it Joe Biden's fault. Fuck you. God damn. They're actually giving the unions a pass with this shit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, they need those votes.
We're going to keep the topic of economy, but allow me to follow question to Governor Christie. The government will shut down if Congress does not reach a deal by the end of this week. Vice President Pence warns that politics of, quote, Trump's populist proteges, like Mr. Ramaswamy, are a road to ruin for the GOP.
Kind of fucked up question is this? She's asking Chris Christie about what Ramaswamy and Pence said. Am I wrong that seems like the question is directed in the wrong place?
You would think so, but remember, Chris Christie's the attack dog against Trumpian politics.
Oh, you're going to love this.
Ramaswamy's the pastiche here.
You're going to love Christie's answer.
Oh, God.
It's priceless. It's fucking priceless.
Like pancakes.
If the government shuts down, should voters blame populist Republicans?
If the government shuts down, should the people blame populist Republicans? Do you know how many government shutdowns we've had?
Like handful.
This shit, it started back in Clinton's years.
Yeah.
There was no populist Republican thing going on there. What the fuck are you?
Let's keep in mind that 85% of the government is still functioning during a shutdown.
Mm-hmm.
They don't actually shut shit down. They just shut parts down. Little pieces nobody gives a crap about.
And the vast majority of them get all of their funding back, or the funding that they didn't have there for a while, they get it all back.
Yeah, they get repaid.
They get repaid. So stop asking.
It's a load of shit.
Anyhow, hey, Republicans are bad, right? All right. Fucking potato, take it away. He's actually shaped like an egg, Jack.
He kind of is. He's shaped like a Weeble Wobble. You remember that?
Yes. But I'm pretty sure he'll fall down. Gravity is a thing.
Oh, yeah, he'll turtle.
Voters should blame everybody who's in Washington, D.C. They get sent down there to do the job, and they've been failing at doing the job for a very long time. True. And let's be honest about this with the voters. You know, during the Trump administration, they added $7 trillion in national debt.
True, and I've talked on that before, Jack. But if you're going to bring that up, you do need to bring up that a lot of that was funding for COVID, which at the time had massive support. You know, because people want to get to work, Jack, as they like, yeah, give me that free money.
And now the Biden administration has put another $5 trillion on and counting. They have failed, and they're in the spot they're in now because none of them are willing to tell the truth. None of them are willing to take on the difficult issues. They just want to keep kicking the can down the road. And the inflation that Nikki spoke about is absolutely right, and it's caused by government spending. And that's why people all across this country are suffering tonight. And yet we don't get any answers because Joe.
Okay, he's partially right. It is caused by government spending, but it's caused by government spending more than they're taking in. It's just a small point, but that does need to be pointed out.
Yeah.
If the tax income coming in was paying for everything, we wouldn't have the inflation we have right now. But it's not. That's why we're having to borrow it all.
Biden hides in his basement and won't answer as to why he's raising the debt the way he's done. And Donald Trump hides behind the walls of his golf clubs and won't show up here to answer questions like all the rest of us are up here to answer.
Wait for it.
He put $7 trillion on the debt. He should be in this room to answer those questions for the people you talk about who are suffering. And
Real quick, Mike Pence likes to take credit for everything that happened during the Trump administration. So ask him about it.
Yeah.
You don't need Trump for that. Let Mikey take some, and he's raising his hand. He wants to take responsibility for it. He wants to answer.
He wants to take responsibility for it like children want the mines.
And remember, at the beginning of this, if you're mentioned, you're going to get 30 seconds to respond. So Ramaswamy and Pence should be allowed to respond just based on the question itself.
If the government closes, it's the blame. It is to the blame of everyone in Washington, D.C., who has failed to do their job and just plays to the grandstand.
That's true enough.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty solid point. Thank you, Vol Potato. This is very on point, but do you know a major use for rare earth minerals is making permanent magnets? But a recent discovery has found you can make permanent magnets in a lab with iron and nickel. That's about 25% demand solvable. Magnets, what are they? If ICP doesn't know, I don't either.
No, Bubba, that's coming up in a little while. Foreign Native says, no, Pence only did the good things during Trump. That's true. That's 100% true.
That's a fair point. Yeah, iron and nickel. Didn't know that. Thanks, Volt.
The next question is for Governor DeSantis.
Here's how we get it done in Washington.
Can we please respect the time?
We can get it done.
Governor DeSantis, you haven't spoken. Please.
The people in Washington are.
The two people mentioned in the question don't get to even weigh in. That's fucked up. And those two people mentioned, one of whom has never even been in public service, are mentioned in the question that's basically asking, are the Republicans fucked up? Fox News, y'all. And granted, she works for Univision, but Fox News is the one that was hosting this debate.
Shutting down the American dream with their reckless behavior. They borrowed, they printed, they spent, and now you're paying more for everything. They are the reason for that. They have shut down our national sovereignty by allowing our border to be wide open. So please spare me the crocodile tears for these people. They need to change what's going on. And where's Joe Biden? He's completely missing in action.
He's on the picket line, homie. There was a whole bunch of news about that.
Yeah, did you see that footage of him wandering around like, what's happening? Are we in a circus?
Yeah.
From leadership. And you know who else is missing in action? Donald Trump is missing in action.
I just want to stop right there for a second, because this is a direct response to criticism from the first debate. There was a ton of news out there that was like, Ron DeSantis should have called out Trump for not being on the stage. Ronnie Boy took he took the lesson.
Yeah. Excuse me. His name is Ron DeSanctimonious.
Ron. I get it. You're doing what they told you to do, but you either need to go hard in on Trump or just back the fuck off. You can't do both because it comes off looking half-assed.
He should be on this stage tonight. He owes it to
I agree.
you to defend his record where they added $7.8 trillion to
True.
the debt. That set the stage for the inflation that we have now. I can tell you this, as
Pence
governor of
is
Florida, we cut.
He is. You're right. And you'll notice that he doesn't say Pence's name. There's several times this happens throughout the debate because under the rules, if you're mentioned, you do get to respond. And you'll notice that they go out of their way to like say Trump administration rather than Trump and Pence or anything like that.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it's funny.
Taxes, we ran surpluses, we've paid down over 25% of our state debt, and I vetoed wasteful spending when it came to my desk. And as your president, when they send me a bloating spending bill that's going to cause your prices to go up, I'm going to take out this veto pen and I'm going to send it right back to them.
Ilya, you mentioned me in the question. I just want to.
That's a good enough answer. And for the record, that is one of his best answers during any of the debates.
Yeah, that was a good answer.
Yeah, and forceful, and he's not good with it. You just can't get charisma. Some people just don't have it.
Yeah, and it's not a slight against his abilities. It's just hurts him speaking because you have to win people over to you. And if you're not very charismatic, he may be great at his job, but you have to have a little bit of charisma for public speaking.
And Faithless says Congress has the purse strings, and that's true. But Republicans have never done what like Obama did. They have the shutdown, and Obama did not budge. It's like, send me what I want or I'm not signing it. And it would be nice to see a Republican do that. I just don't believe it'll happen because they're all too worried about what the press says about them.
Yeah, they worry about their image because they want to appease a bunch of leftist media commies. Thank you, Nick Avocado, who says, I didn't know I was running for president. But you accidentally started running during a mukbang, so it's understandable you'd forget. But thank you.
Played. Well played.
I have a question that is on the minds of a lot of moms and dads and Americans.
Okay. In the background there, Ramaswamy's like, hey, I was mentioning that question. Can I respond? And notice they just fucking ignore it.
Of course.
And I know that you've been thinking about it because childcare costs, they are up. They're topping $10,000 per month. Some families are spending up to half of their income on childcare. And they're having to decide, is it worth it for me to work or does it not make sense for me financially? In 3 days, the billions of dollars in pandemic-era funding is going to end, and 70,000 daycares could close. So you had an effort to broaden eligibility for child care assistance. That fell apart last year. And for the moms and dads out there who are worried, what can you tell them if you weren't able to get it through the Congress? How could you do it as president?
Is that discount Megyn Kelly? They said her name earlier. I've seen her. I don't know her name just by sight. She's their upstanding blonde, I guess, over there at
that's
Fox.
Dana Perino.
Dana
She's the
Perino?
press secretary for George W. Bush.
Oh, yeah. Then I paid no attention.
Yeah. No, she's one of the only like big name people they have left because she was Bush's press secretary.
She got the blonde hair and she's kind of cute. That's why they put her up there.
Yeah, she's getting kind of old and she's a bitch.
Thank you, John Jones. Love how DeSandwich Love how DeSandwich criticizes Trump for not firing people in the swamp when he can't even fire his own terrible PR team and accepts rhino donations. Fair enough.
You're right, though. You pointed this out that Ramaswamy did get a respond, but both him and Pence are mentioned in that question.
Yeah.
Neither of them got called on.
Nope. And what's his name? Pence raised his little animatronic hand, and Ramaswamy specifically asked, hey, and they're like, nah, we got to talk about childcare because we're doing Democrat talking points here.
Yeah. Maybe you should keep your whore legs closed.
Yeah. Jack, can you talk for a minute?
Sure. No, I understand that childcare is expensive, but maybe you should have thought about that if you're going to be a career girl. And it kind of sucks, but that sounds like a you problem, not a Not a Mr. Jack tax problem. I shouldn't have to pay for your child care. Why is that my responsibility? Because you can't keep them closed.
All right, here we go.
One of the things I did as a member of Congress was to make sure that we protected the Head Start programs around the country, giving people the opportunity to pick and choose the place that they send their children. The challenge.
Head Start should not be a daycare, homie.
That's not what it's designed for.
No. It's how it's used, if we're being honest.
Yeah. Oh, like Ram Champa just said, a head start on No Child Left Behind.
Yeah. So much of this stuff, and this comes up over and over again in this debate. They'll give you answers like this, where it's like, we're gonna take care of your problems. This isn't a federal problem.
No.
If it wants to be done on the state level, that's where it belongs. Not that anybody has any money left after taxes to send taxes to the states. So,
yeah, well, if taxes were lower, we had, say, a flat tax, people would be able to have more money in their pockets to begin with. Maybe we should cut the size of the federal government and state governments, and we won't have to spend all this fucking money. Oh, thank you, Uncle Adolf. If you vote for me, you'll get kindergarten and chimneys in every home. Yeah, and you could drive a Volkswagen. But yeah, the chimney joke was great, by the way. I'm just so sick of this Democrat nonsense where you're entitled to childcare. It's an entitlement now. It's a human right. No, it's not. Shut up.
That we see today under the Biden administration is that the cost for daycare has gone over $15,000 per child. In the Build Back Broker plan, he called it a Build Back Better plan, it was going up to $29,000. The way we fix that problem is to make sure that we actually cut taxes and give more Americans their money back.
All right. The issue there, Mr. Scott, is that that's not going to help them. If you cut most people's taxes who, they have their kids in like using Head Start as their daycare, they're likely not even paying taxes.
Yeah, because they're dirt poor.
Yeah.
You know who's going to be using Head Start as a daycare? Illegals.
Oh, God, yeah.
You know who's not paying any taxes? Illegals.
No, Jack, they pay taxes when they buy Funyuns, man.
There's no taxes on Funyuns. Let's be honest. No, this is a problem. All these social programs they talk about, like Head Start and all the childcare stuff, really does get impacted by all the illegal immigrants.
True.
Notice how nobody's bringing that up because that's a hot button issue to say, send them all fucking home.
I'm not insensitive to the plight of poor families. And it's not a state, or sorry, it's a state issue, not a federal issue. It's just not.
I helped write the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. We actually lowered a single mother's taxes by 70% on.
But 0 minus 70% still 0, dude.
All right. Thank you. You saved me from yelling into my microphone. That's just true, guys. The majority of poor people pay no federal tax. In fact, most of them get money back that they did not pay in.
Yeah.
They get the child tax credit, they get the earned income credit, and they end up with like a $5,000, $10,000, $12,000 check from the government at the end of the year that they did not. They don't pay in. They are paid. And it's supposed to go to things like helping them with childcare, and instead it goes to Walmart.
Yeah. Yeah, it's considered a big pile of bonus money as opposed to like this money is to take care of your kid. We're getting a new TV.
Yep. You want to see something interesting? Starting January 1st. Oh, what's up, Satsu? How you doing, my friend?
It's Satsu.
January 1st. You will notice if you go through stores, massive displays of televisions everywhere. It's because they know that poor people are getting their taxes back and that they're going to go spend on shit like a new TV that they don't need.
They're going to spend it on trinkets instead of investing it or putting that money towards something they actually need and could use.
Yep.
The federal level for dual income households by 60%. Then we went a step further. We doubled the child tax credit and made it refundable. By doing that, more parents had more resources.
He just mentioned it. Doubled the child tax credit and made it refundable. When the child tax credit was passed, it was you get this credit up to making your taxes $0.
Yeah.
So if you owed $500 in taxes and your child tax credit was $1,000, it just zeroed out your tax. They made it refundable so that if it's that same thing, you owe $500, you have a child tax credit of $1,000, you get $500. Tim, why are you bragging about that?
Yeah. Also, let's not forget the program that was put in place, the moratorium on evictions. Yeah. How many people just didn't pay their fucking rent, even though they could afford to? They still just didn't pay their rent because they're like, you can't evict me. And they get like a free year or two of rent at an apartment because they can't be evicted.
They've been up here bitching about how, and I think it was Christie who pointed out directly that it's government overspending that's the problem. And this motherfucker just took credit for that. We cut taxes and raised spending.
Yeah, two things that should never go together.
To make the decisions how to take care of their family. The one thing we should do is let the American people keep their money. When that happens, the greatest opportunities rise from the ashes.
It's not keeping their money if you're giving them money that they didn't fucking earn, dipshit. We gave them, we made it refundable. You should keep your money. Whose money is that, fucker?
Well, it's redistribution scheme, that's all.
It's exactly what it is.
Also, did you happen to see that video that was going around of the glorious Ukrainians who are getting money from us that are for their economy? So, like, stores have like clothing to sell and stuff like that.
No.
Yeah. All that money that we're sending to Ukraine probably could be, given back to the American people and not charged instead. But we don't do that. We just tax people and then piss it away over in some second world fascist state, let's be honest.
Yeah.
So they could go kill some Ruskies.
Ram Champa said they should cut both. I absolutely agree. But this fucker's talking, we got to cut taxes and we're going to give people money. How? And then has the fucking nerve to say, let people keep their money. You can't give away free money if you're letting people keep their money because somebody's got to pay for that, Tim.
No.
Look at old Dougie got his hand raised. I want to talk. It's my turn.
I need to jump in 15 seconds. Go ahead. I'm never going to the border.
Ilya mischaracterized a part of my view. I think this artificial division is unhelpful in our party. The real divide is not between the Republicans on this stage. And in the Reagan Library, I want to say these are good people on this stage.
Remember what he just said there. That's going to come back.
Except Pence. He's a douche.
And Christie.
Yeah, well, Christie. If you don't know Chris Christie's a douche, you're probably not an American.
Yeah, I don't dislike most of these people. I mean, as politicians, I dislike them, but it's not like a visceral thing. But when Chris Christie speaks, I just want to punch him. He's so fucking annoying. I just want to like either plug Pence in or just take the batteries out and let it be over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's just slowing down.
The real
yes.
divide is between the majority of us in this country who love the United States of America and share our founding ideals. Free speech, meritocracy, the idea you get ahead in this country, not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character, and the fringe minority in the Democrat Party that has a chokehold over that party. That's the real divide. So this populist versus classical debate is artificial. We need to unite this party.
Now, look, he's going back to answer the question from before, which is fine, but the moment is past. And he goes immediately into a little stump speech. I've literally heard him say all of that stuff before. Vivek, whoever is advising you, fire them and get somebody better. You have good talking points, but you need to learn to do them, especially after the first debate where he's like, oh, my debate prep is, what do you do? Go out and play baseball or something?
Something
and,
like that.
And then he comes into this one and it's just prepared answer after prepared answer after prepared answer.
Yeah, he's really good on his feet. Why is he giving these canned responses that
exactly
don't really matter?
We are going to talk about immigration and the border and
childcare. We have
I think we're going to go on. You have to. We have all these questions. We're going to get to you. We're going to come back to you. There's a lot of time.
We're about childcare. Nobody answered the question. In North Dakota, we knew that the cliff was coming. We knew that there was.
There goes Dougie being assertive again, and good for him.
Yeah, it's the only way he's getting any airtime.
Yep. I honestly, I think he did well tonight. Overall, he does well for himself. Yeah. I still don't think he belongs on the stage, though.
Probably not, but I do like this guy more than about half the stage. So,
oh yeah, and again, it's not like he says a whole bunch of stuff I disagree with. He's just, I have a better chance being elected than he does. We didn't have to pay anybody.
Know who you are than know who he is.
We didn't have to pay anybody in our audience to watch us.
That's true. We couldn't afford to anyway.
No, we definitely couldn't. We don't have gift cards to give away.
No.
I
almost sent him money for a gift card because I like gift cards.
Keldrick, thank you for using the all caps there. I appreciate that, my friend. And thank you for the donation. Mike Pence is a massive disappointment. I can't even muster the energy to be mad at him. He's just such a letdown. I didn't have high expectations to begin with. Like I said, when he did the speech that he did at the Republican National Committee or Convention, it wasn't bad. He did a decent job giving the speech. But every time I've seen him speak since then, he's just so fucking robotic. I wonder if they took the stick out of Al Gore's ass and shoved it up his.
It's a possibility.
Is there a stick in the ass tree somewhere in Washington for vice presidents?
No, I think it's just for politicians in general, because let's face it, they are a bunch of gaping buttholes. Oh, dear God, why would you send this to me? Thank you, Nick Avocado. Why do you want to punch this face? And he gave me a link where somebody took Nick Avocado and when he was fatter, because Nick's lost some weight, and put Chris Christie's face on it. And it is, this is pure fucking nightmare fuel. So I'm going to drop the link in chat for all of you. And I watch it after the show because, oh my God. Thanks for the donation.
The people without it. And so guess what we planned?
Okay.
And when we passed legislation because
we will
childcare
get you some questions, but you're going to have to let us move on. We are going to the border next.
Childcare is workforce.
Mom said no.
Right.
I like her trying to be assertive. I really do. It's kind of cute. I'm honest right there. That kind of makes me want to bone her.
You'd like her because she's very commanding and authoritative.
She is, and she's in my age bracket that I tend to like.
Yeah. And she's a short girl too.
The blonde hair has to go. It's not that blondes, you guys are pretty, don't get me wrong, but I just like the brunettes better. All right. It's time for our
it's probably gray now.
Probably is. It's time for our first question about the border.
Infrastructure.
I haven't been given a chance to respond.
In 1984, President Ronald Reagan said the following.
The idea of amnesty for those who have put down roots and who have lived here, even though some time back they may have entered illegally.
2 years later, President Reagan granted amnesty to nearly 3 million immigrants, something no Democrat or Republican president has done since. Governor Christie.
Tell the whole truth of that, sweetheart. It was said at the time that never again would we grant amnesty.
Yeah. And we have a lot more people breaking in now than we did then. That was only 3 million. We're at what, 37 million now?
Well, they're about to give us a number of, I think, 11 million.
Yeah, that's bullshit. It's way more than that.
But yeah, Reagan made a mistake with amnesty, and people told him at the time this will not be the end of it. But it was absolutely said that one-time deal. This is it. It's the only time we're doing it. And illegals heard they'll do it again.
Yeah.
And it's what people are looking for. They're expecting it.
Well, they know the government's unreliable on that because look at that lockbox of Social Security.
Right. Yeah, indeed.
As governor of a non-border state in 2010, you supported a path to citizenship. But when you
He has this face every time he's asked a question. And I asked on Twitter, why does it look like he's staring at a donut when he's being questioned? Why does he look like this?
You know what face that makes me think of? He looks like the Penguin right there.
Yes.
Like he's challenging Batman to a fight. Like, really, you're here again? Ugh.
He's just such a douchebag. Fuck, I hate this guy. All right, here we go.
you ran for president in 2016, you flipped, saying immigrants should be tracked like FedEx packages.
Yes, I agree with that, actually.
He's actually right on that.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, they're criminals. They should be treated like criminals. Their photos should all be in a database so we know who they are along with their biometrics.
I have a better answer. Kick them the fuck out.
Yeah. Well, if you catch it illegal, they should be processed, photoed, fingerprinted, DNA sample, and then send them the fuck home, and they could never be American citizens because they're trying to do it the wrong way, and they're criminals.
Danger says he looks like he's being put down by his dominatrix.
He looks like Ethan Ralph. His purse just got stolen, you guys.
He's going to Portugal.
Where do you stand now on a path to citizenship for 11 million of undocumented immigrants?
11 million, my ass.
Yeah, that's underselling it, honey.
11 million. Fuck you.
The problem is that since
Which, by the way, is the lowest number I've heard anybody say that it is.
Yeah, that's probably the Univision talking point.
Typically, I hear between 20 and 40 million.
Yeah.
4 times her number.
You remember we're a nation of what, 360 million people?
330.
330? That's the citizen number. So we're going and to the point where this is going to affect every portion of the United States. Every citizen is getting taxed on this because these people aren't coming here and working. They're coming here and milking our resources, our healthcare, housing. They are causing a massive problem that is going to explode at some point because it's unsustainable to take care of all these people.
At 40 million, if that's the number, and I'm going with the bigger one because I'm not taking their bullshit anymore. It comes out to about 13% of what our population is.
Yeah.
It's not 13% of our population. It's 13% of what our number would be. So that adds to it and brings it down just a little bit to about maybe 10%. But it's way more than 10% of our of the people in this country are here illegally. Yeah. There should never be any consideration of a path to citizenship for them. Get out.
Especially because they deport people that overstay their visas all the time, but they don't touch the illegals.
Here, you want to help with illegals? Put them this way. Put this out to the world. If you've ever been caught entering the United States illegally, you cannot be eligible for citizenship. Period. End of story.
Yeah, or social services of any kind. No education, no health care, no housing. Anybody caught giving you a job goes to jail.
Do not tell them we're looking for a path of citizenship. You're just saying, hey, come on in. You're cheating the line. We'll find a way to make it work for you. Tell them no. If you're going to come here illegally, never will you be allowed in this country. Period. End.
Yeah. Yeah. If they don't start doing that, we're going to continue to have these problems. And it's going to get significantly worse. Did you see that asshole that planted the Venezuelan flag on American soil?
I did indeed.
Yeah, that's the type of shit because they're not coming here to become Americans. They're coming here to milk our system.
Yep.
And take our resources. That's it. They're not contributing anything. They're just taking.
How many times have we seen these guys coming over the border and holding up the Mexican flag?
Yeah. Yeah, because they don't give a shit about us. They're sending all the excess money they get back home. So that because if they do get deported, they can live like kings then. It's fucking disgusting. And all the legal immigrants should be enraged by this. You went to all the trouble. Your family went through all the paperwork and hassle and money. And then these assholes just wander over and take what you earned.
Well, Grant here, to your point, Grant in chat says, I immigrated legally, cost me a lot of money and took me years to do. I was even separated from my wife for 2 years. If I screwed up just a little bit, they would have banned my ass from the U.S. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
But no, not if you're illegal. We're like, oh, we got to find a way to make them. Look, dude, Grant, as a legal immigrant, welcome, my friend. I hope you've been enjoying it. I like people who come here. They tend to be more patriotic than Americans are.
Yeah,
than natural born.
Because they appreciate it more because they lived in a shitty place before, and they're like, there's a sense of achievement to it.
Yeah,
it's not.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's a sense of accomplishment and achievement that you've improved your life, not one of like, well, I feel entitled to be here, so I get to skirt the rules.
Yep.
Those are not the people we want here. We want the people like Grant that had to go through the process because it shows they want to be here.
And if I was Grant, I would be more pissed off than you and me combined, Jack.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Because who's it making look bad?
Look at all he had to go through. And these assholes are just like, we're just going to walk. Anyhow, back to Senorita.
Oh,
I'm going to keep doing that stereotypical shit all night. I'm just going to be honest with you.
She's kind of cute, at least in the face. I got to see her booty. She's probably got a giant ass.
Get that fucking Karen hair going on, though.
Yeah, I know, but it kind of works for her. Thank you, Uncle Adolf. Happy Valley is buying power plants. I'll give him a job for 2 hours. I suspect that involves an oven, so probably should give him a heads up on that one. Sorry, Uncle Adolf.
Oh,
but thank you.
Shit, Grant said he just got his citizenship. Congratulations, dude. That's awesome.
Hey, that's awesome.
All right, back to the Senorita. She got some questions.
Packages.
All night, Jack. All night.
Where do you stand now on a path to citizenship for 11 million of undocumented immigrants?
It looks like a bus going south.
Looks like what?
A bus going south.
Yeah, exactly.
Done anything since we first had this discussion 13 years ago. We're not in a position to be able to do any of that anymore.
Maybe he's talking about him specifically having that conversation 13 years ago. This conversation's been going on since Reagan, fucker. They even showed you a clip.
Yeah.
Fuck.
What we have to do now is first treat this like the law enforcement problem it
True.
is. Our laws are being broken every day at the southern border. Every day. And Joe Biden...
Okay. I'm sorry to cut in there. Yes, a lot has changed since then, but it was still out of control 13 years ago. Why were you okay with it then? And now you're acting all big and bad. The only reason you're acting all big and bad on this right now is because Donald Trump made it okay too. And you're such a fucking piece of shit. You won't even give him credit for that.
No, of course I hates Trump.
Republicans were talking the whole anti-immigration thing for quite a long time. And all of them, like John McCain was the worst at this. We got to secure that border. And then he runs for election, whether it was president or senator. Like, I mean, it's gotta be nice to the illegals because they might vote for me one day. They might got family over there in Tucson. And
yeah, it's because he's a rhino piece of shit.
And Donald Trump was the first one to go, no, fuck this. We're actually going to try to do it. You talking head pieces of shit, and you're a flip-flopper on this, you fat bastard. Get in my belly. All right, here we go.
Crew is doing nothing about enforcing that law. They are letting it go. And by the way,
True.
they announced during the presidential race.
They were doing it back then, though, you fucknut. Answer why you're a hypocrite. And granted, she didn't say that because that should have been the question. It shouldn't have been, do you see a path now? Should have been, how come you're a flip-flopping piece of shit?
I don't think she expected him to flip-flop. I think she expected him to say, well, we got to grant blanket amnesty.
But yes, she pointed out, though, that he flip-flopped. But didn't ask him about it. Now, granted, he's fat, so him flip-flopping is a major accomplishment.
Well, it creates a lot of ripples in the water. But I think it was an intimidation tactic like they do with the struggle sessions. Like, you're going to flip back, right, to the proper view, the right side of history.
Yeah, and again, I mean, the way that I'm so glad you brought that up because I just got used to it by now. Again, another leftist question. What's the best? Do you see a path for the citizens?
What's the best way to accept these brave souls into our home?
How can we get them here?
How can we give them more free stuff?
Let it go. And we need to have a president who acts like I did as governor. Enforce the law first and foremost. And that means what I'll do on day one is sign an executive order to send the National Guard to partner with Customs and Border Patrol to make sure that we stop the flow of fentanyl.
You don't need an executive order for that. You'd be commander in chief. Just assign them to go down to the border. Mighty Balzac, thank you. He's more of a belly flop.
Ew.
Good time to remind you guys, we are not sponsored by anybody you see as sponsorship on this thing. That's all. Rumble got that money, Jack. Actually, the GOP got that money. So good for them. I'm not against capitalism.
Oh, of course.
But we are brought to you by you guys. Please hit the like button, the thumbs up button. Share this with your friends, your family, that chick you hate. Okay, that bitch you hate. We're going to be politically incorrect tonight. And if you would, please consider tossing a tip to Jack or myself. Link is in your YouTube chat. It's also going through the Rumble chat occasionally. And it's in the description of both videos. So, and if you like this little pumpkin you see on your screen, the Pumpko Lantern, the Munko Lantern, you can pick yourself up a nice shirt down at the Teespring store or get you some nice Not Jack merchandise.
That's true. That is also linked to the description.
They are linked below. Check it out. All right, here we go. Back to, go ahead.
Thank you, Keldrick. He stands at the taco stand on the border. That's where he stands on the path to citizenship.
I would like to point out also, while he wore a reddish tie, it's still ugly as fuck. How'd you do that, fat man?
That thing is probably the size of a small tarp.
It probably is.
Thank you, Unit 731. Jesus Christ. Just send the illegals to my logging camp. We needed to test freezers. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Bernie Sanders was against illegal originally. All of the Democrats used to say we need to do something about illegal immigration, about not just a path to citizenship, but stopping the flow. There's plenty of clips of Obama saying it.
Yeah, he flip-flopped on that pretty fast, didn't he?
They absolutely did. All right, back to this.
Over the border, but also to make sure that we send a much different message. We want you here in this country to fill the 6 million vacant jobs we have, but only if you come here to follow. We will apprehend you and we will send you back.
What's that?
Could you rewind that a little bit? It's all choppy.
Sure.
The border from which you came. And the fact is
that just me?
What's going on? Is it still choppy?
Yeah, you're doing it a little bit too. It's just doing the audio ducking thing where like every other word's getting lost.
It's coming through pretty bad. Okay, we'll just take a second and wait for my internet to catch up, Jack. I don't know why it's doing it.
Buffering.
Oh yeah, it'd be great if we got the little yellow circle right on his face. I don't like this fat bastard. For the record, I did watch Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me yesterday. Just unrelated.
Goldmember?
No, I don't like Goldmember. I never liked it. I didn't think it was very funny.
It's the weakest one, but it does have some very quotable lines.
All right. Are we better? Am I coming through better?
Yeah, you sound okay now, but
okay.
We'll see how the video does.
Yeah, like I said, there's nothing on my end. I just checked everything as we're talking. Nothing on my end. It's just my shitty internet. Yay! I gotta move.
That we stop the flow of fentanyl over the border, but also to make sure that we send a much different message. We want you here in this country to fill the 6 million vacant jobs we have, but only if you come here to follow the law and only if you come here legally. If you come here illegally, we will apprehend you and we will send you back across the border from which you came.
Can I just stop there again? When it comes to, I said, Jack, I don't have any problem with immigration, but to fill the 6 million jobs we want you here, that's fair. But the kind of people who are pouring over the border right now, excuse me, they're not going to be the ones who are filling these 6 million jobs that we can't fill.
No, it's going to be the legal immigrants.
The 6 million jobs that need filled aren't low-skilled labor. When it comes to immigration, we do need to bring people in, Jack, because people aren't fucking enough, and they should be. But we need skilled labor coming across.
You want to screen people and have
Yes.
qualifications? What? What? Standards? You monster.
Give those jobs back to Americans. Well, we do have we do have a problem right now with filling some jobs, which again, his number I think is outdated. The 6 million, if I remember correctly, is basically after we've made up for the pandemic restarting.
Yeah.
And so it's probably closer to 4 million now. But again, the jobs that are not being, it's not like they can't find enough people for McDonald's.
Yeah, it's not low wage or no skill jobs. Those are going to be going to the illegals because people are going to realize they can pay them pennies on the dollar, and they're going to just start paying them under the table. So if you're a low income wage slave, get ready to have some competition.
And great, I was about to bring those up. H-1B visas are abused. They are absolutely fucking abused.
Oh yeah.
And the most ridiculous example I heard was the Disney one, where they literally had Americans training people who were brought in with H-1B visas to do the job the American was, and fired the American.
Yep, they had to train them on train their replacements before they got laid off.
Yep, and that is bullshit, and it should not happen that way. But we do have a lot of jobs that we don't have that. It's either that or we have to do something education-wise to fucking train our own people.
Well, there's a big problem there too, because look what.
Uh-oh, did I cut out completely? Was that me or you? Because you just cut out for me.
I don't know.
Well, we'll find out. All right, let's get back to Fat Boy. I think we're only like 20 minutes into the debate right now. We're like 2 hours in.
And the fact is that until we set a law and order agenda in this country, not only now, but in the future, we won't be able to continue this. And I'll tell you this, Donald Trump failed on this as well. He said he was going to build a wall across the whole border. He built 52 miles of wall and said Mexico would pay for it. Guess what? I think if Mexico knew that he was only going to build 52 miles, they might have paid for the 52 miles.
Thank you, Governor. All right, Governor Haley.
Trump addressed this in his discussion with Tucker Carlson. No, it wasn't Tucker. It was Greta, not Greta. What's her name?
Megan.
Blonde. Megan, thank you. In his discussion with Megan, he talked about this, that 51 or 54 miles, whatever it is, that was new. That's all new that was made. There wasn't, 400 miles that got set up. A lot of that was replacing stuff that was broken. Or literally, he talked about how there'd just be a plank of wood there and they called it wall. That's 100% true.
Yeah.
So Christie just took a literal Democrat talking point to take a hit at Trump. Anybody surprised the fat rhino did that?
If they are, they have been paying attention to American politics.
It's hard to see on the screen because of how it gets shrunk down. You should watch this part of the debate and pause it right here. You can see Ronnie with a shit-eating grin on his face. And over here you can see Chris all smug as shit. Like he just knocked it out of the park, you guys. You just repeated Joe Biden's talking points, you fucknut. But I want to be the Republican candidate. Yeah. Just you're on Fox News. Go ahead and just repeat the Democrats' talking points, you fat piece of shit.
Well, that just goes to show that they don't actually care about the policies or the people they're supposedly representing. They only care about winning and getting money.
Yep.
Most illegal immigrants are coming from countries south of the border. You've seen the Fox News drone. It's captured this steady stream of people coming into the country on a daily basis. In fact, I believe we have a live picture of it tonight. That is happening right now, live. In the last decade, the U.S. has spent nearly $55 billion to address the root causes of migration. But crime, poverty, and corruption, they persist, and the number of migrants is only growing.
And they're doing it there, too. The number, they just keep calling them migrants.
Yeah. Yeah.
You guys,
no, these are criminal illegals.
You have seeded the language. And remember, control the language, you control everything. Alpha Eagle says RFK is more Republican than Christie. I wouldn't go that far, but I trust RFK that he believes what he's saying far more than I trust Christie.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm not a supporter of RFK. There's like two things I agree with him on.
Yeah, it's not a lot. It's not enough to get my vote.
But at least I believe he believes what he's saying.
Yeah, he seems more honest. Christie is saying what he thinks people want to hear to get elected. And he'll govern in a completely different way.
And it's exactly why he flip-flopped on immigration before.
Yeah.
Are we wasting our money?
Yes.
Well, what happened?
Are we wasting our money? You can ask that on any fucking question, and the answer is yes.
Yeah, broad sweeping terminology like that, absolutely. If you were saying, are we wasting money putting the National Guard down there with loaded rifles to turn away the invading hordes? I'd be like, no, I think that's a good investment of our money.
Yeah, she mentions, and I did back it up a little bit, but you know, all this spending that we've done and it hasn't improved anything. Are we wasting our money? The way we're spending it, we're absolutely wasting it. Yes.
Yeah, because they're talking about root causes and that bullshit. There's always going to be poor people. There's always going to be poor countries that aren't doing as well as other countries. You're never going to fix that. So yes, looking at root causes and, oh my gosh, they're self-reporting that they're under threat. That doesn't do anything to stop them from coming here. You know what works really well? Cameline razor wire.
No, they just shove kids through it. How pissed off? Sorry. Did you see that story?
Yes.
Oh, fucking stupid shit. How pissed off would you be if you were the one assigned to empty these porta potties over here of illegal immigrant shit?
Oh, I mean, I'm sure it's one of the most vile jobs possible.
I would be pissed off if I was cleaning up illegal immigrant shit.
Yeah, especially because they're going to spit on you while you do it, too, because they're like, yes, you have to serve me.
What?
And how many of these people are young men, because it seems like it's a lot of them these days.
Most of them.
Yeah, who are going to come here and work some job that they don't want to pay American wages. And when things go south and if the economy tanks further and people get really fed up with this shit, you have a military age fighting force that feels entitled to take from you, who is now going to get radicalized to fight against actual citizens because they think they have a right to take what's yours.
For the record,
I don't know how this isn't an invasion.
It's hard to see in this picture, even on my screen where I can see it a little bigger than the audience can. It's hard to see exactly the breakdown here. But from what I can tell, only one of these people is even female.
Yeah.
All of the other ones are maybe in their 20s and they're all men.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
think of the chaos and disruption they're going to cause if they decide that they're entitled to more. We've seen them have riots out by Roosevelt Hotel where they when they tried to kick him out of there the one time to put him on that cruise ship. And the little protest / riot. We talked about it briefly on here because it only lasted a few hours. Then they're like, you could stay, and they all calmed down. But they expect to be put up in 5-star hotels and given free cell phones and gift cards and all this other free stuff. If you cut that off and they're already hooked on that, what are they gonna do?
Thank you, tall person. Morning, just woke up. We'll watch in full later. Happy National Strawberry Cream Pie Day. Nice. Don't promise things you can't keep because this one might be like really, really long, but I appreciate it, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you, Khmer Rouge. I have a plan. Bullets are cheap.
Ramos says,
well, they won't let us do that yet. So
no, we're not allowed. DeSantis says he will, though. Where was that one? Ramos said, women don't come because of the trail rape. I understand that what the statistic is, like a third of the women who come up over the border are raped on their way here. It's actually 30%, and Donald Trump said a third, and they're like, he lied because a third is 33%. Dumbasses. But it has always been more male than that. But and if you see the razor wire thing, because there was a story that came out in the Post the other day about how little Mexicans are having to shove. I don't know why I went to Bill Clinton there. Shove their kids up through the razor wire. It's horrible. When they do their sob stories about this shit, it's always women and little kids. And the overwhelming majority of it has always been 20-something males. It just always has been.
And how many times have we seen the Border Patrol moving the razor wire so people can come through?
They cut it the other day.
Yeah. It's such bullshit.
Cut the razor wire. The feds went down there and cut the razor wire that Abbott had put up so that the illegals could come through.
Yeah. And God only knows how many terrorists are wandering in here. They've already caught Russians, Ukrainians, Chinese, a ton of Africans, and all these other people from South America that we have no idea anything about these people. They're military-aged men who are fully capable of supporting themselves, and they're coming here for free shit to mooch off us. If they're not terrorists and they're just coming here to mooch, what's going to happen if we ever cut that free stuff off? The Democrats have a vested interest in keeping them on the dole as a serf class that will always vote for them and always be there because used to getting the free stuff and costing the rest of us money.
For the record, they were coming before the free stuff was pouring in. It just made it a little bit worse.
Yeah.
The only way to do it is if they don't think they're going to be able to stay. And I hear you with everything you're saying, but the free stuff really starts up in the 90s when they're like, oh, we got to take care of them. And it's just gotten worse and worse and worse and worse. But they were still pouring in without it.
Yeah, but now it's an addiction. I think that
they just have every incentive to come and none not to.
Exactly. And we're not doing anything to disincentivize this. And the only way that's going to stop is if we cut the tap off and throw up a fucking wall and some turrets. But they're going to continue to pour in and leech off of us until there's nothing left but an empty husk. This is a cultural locust.
Chib says if Americans tried to illegally go into Mexico, they'd be jailed and booted. True story. It's happened. Anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Let's get back to the debate. There's still a ton on immigration on theirs before we... No, you and I get passionate about this one. We tend to go on. So
I get on my soapbox because I'm so pissed off about this crap.
He went into his stump speech. I'm just fucking with you. That was funny.
It was funny. I was typing.
All right, here we go.
Causes of migration. But crime, poverty, and corruption, they persist, and the number of migrants...
Okay, I'm sorry. I know I just said we got to go on. Crime, poverty, and whatever persist. If we're trying to spend money to keep them out, what the fuck does poverty have to do with it?
Because we're too rich. We got to give all our stuff to these people that wander in and are like, give me free stuff. And we're like, oh, you poor person. Here, have my stuff.
The issue of them coming over illegally has nothing to do with poverty. On their side, it does, sure. But we're not spending that money to try to keep them out of poverty. We're spending it to keep them out of our fucking country, lady. Sorry, it's just, what a dumbass question. It's little things like that they sneak in on you guys. They plant it in your fucking brain. Oh my God, they're so poor. Has nothing to do with the discussion at all. This is why you can't trust women to do this shit, man.
Well, I mean, you really should
trust
women to begin with. I mean,
them feelings, man. They might starve. Well, it's not my problem. Anyway,
man,
sorry.
You add feelings with tiny girl brains, and you got a combination.
It's a good thing she's cute. Here we go.
Is only growing. Are we wasting our money?
Yes.
Well, what happens is when Joe Biden waved the green flag, it told everybody to come. And now we've seen 6 million people cross the border. We've had more fentanyl that have killed America.
she's not wrong about Joe Biden, but just for the record, this has been ongoing since the whole Reagan thing.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So, yes, Joe Biden's a problem and we need to stop that, but we need to do more than that, even more than Trump did.
Yeah. Or what Trump tried to do.
True. It needs to go further. It really, really does.
Thank you, tall person. And some for you, Jack. Thank you. Considering recent events in Canada, I found it coincidental that on this day in the year 2000 is when Pierre Trudeau passed away. Oh, yeah,
Did Trudeau give a moving speech about his stepdad?
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't think he really... Let's face it, Justin's not real bright, so he may not know that Fidel's his super daddy.
Americans in the Iraq, Vietnam, or Afghanistan wars combined, we need to make sure that we are a country of laws. The second we stop being a country of laws, we give up everything this country was founded on. So we have to secure the border. The way we do that is, first of all, defund sanctuary cities. You see what's happening in Philadelphia right now. It's got to stop.
No, that is not the first step. That's not the first step. The first step is plugging the hole. Jack, if you're in a boat and there's water coming in, you want to get the water out, but you got to plug the fucking hole if you want to stop the problem.
No, you just throw money at it.
It's a good talking point because people fall for that shit because sanctuary cities are shitties.
Yes, that was accurate.
They are shitty. They are a problem, but that's not where you start, sweetheart. Sorry, is calling her a sweetheart sexist?
Probably. But no, a big no vacancy sign probably won't hurt the border.
No, yeah.
Because you could make and maybe add it on the wall.
I suppose. All right.
Stop. We need to make sure we put 25,000 more Border Patrol and ICE agents on the ground and let them do their job. I spent 400 miles down that border, and I'm telling you, Border Patrol agents aren't allowed to do their job. Let's go back to remain in Mexico policy. Instead of catch and release, let's go to catch and deport.
What about what about the aid that federal taxpayers are paying to deal with the root causes? It's not working?
The only aid that we should be spending...
The fact that she didn't just come out and say, no, it's not working, doesn't mean she didn't answer what'd you say her name was? Dana Perino?
Yeah.
It doesn't mean she's not answering your question, Dana. She laid out how it's not working. The fact that we have sanctuary cities shows that it's not working.
Yeah, because there's too many idiot leftists that are like, oh, you come stay with us. How's that working out in New York, you pussies?
This is where she finally jumps into, hey, are you going to answer the question? To stand up for the illegals. Here we go.
Right now is to secure the border, the southern border, the northern border, period. We need to keep Americans safe. And right now, Americans are not safe. Only when we fix the immigration system, only when we get the border secure.
There's nothing wrong with the immigration system. I'm so tired of that fucking talking point. The immigration system is fine. The fact that it's not being used properly is the issue. And the difference there, guys, is they always say this. We have to fix the immigration. It takes too long. Well, the reason it's taking too long is because the courts are clogged up with all this bullshit amnesty nonsense.
Yeah.
Should we ever look at putting any more money into this? Our money should be about keeping Americans safe. We're not doing that. Joe Biden's not doing that. And you mentioned Congress and shutting down government. I'll make it clear. We have to change the budget process in 4 years. In 40 years, Congress has only delivered a budget on time 4 times.
Now you can get her back on track because she's talking about budget that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Toasted, thank you. Immigration is also a problem for Mexico, Ralph. Fair enough. Ralph is down there, but I mean, I'm pretty sure he went legally.
I don't know. It's Ralph.
It is.
He may have been drunk at the time.
In 40.
Good.
Thank you, the circus. I mean, Rome. I have an idea. Make some arenas. The one that survives gets bread and a ticket home and makes it and make it a circus. Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad idea, Rome. because at least then I would be moderately entertained instead of enraged all the time.
This is one of the problems with the format of this. She's trying to answer a question from like 4 questions ago.
Yeah.
Each one of these people, if you're going to ask the questions like, what would you do about illegal immigration? And you let each of them answer. This fucking format where like, okay, we're going to ask you a question and then we're going to ask you something different. And it's fucking horrible for this stuff. I don't want to know what just one of them thinks on a single issue. I want to know what all of them think on the issue.
Yeah, they're all want to get a hit their talking point on that issue. And yeah, you're right. It's a terrible format, but Fox has become a very terrible platform. So
well, they did this on the last debate too. It's become the way that they do debates for some reason. And probably because the fields have been so large recently.
Mm-hmm.
To try to whittle it down. Make the debates longer. It's a fucking presidential debate. These are the people who want to lead us. You can take a little time.
Yeah. You could even like do more interviews with them and stuff so people have more access, and then tighten up the questions so that it's more relevant.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's just, this is stupid. This is so half-ass slipshod work.
Do this. All right. This is going to be a debate on immigration. It's going to be a 2-hour debate and everybody will get their say. And then next week, we're going to talk about domestic policy and then abortion or whatever. Each one should be focused, and they're trying to get everything in all at once, and it's nonsensical. And part of it is because we've gotten down to this format where we're only going to do 3 debates. That was the plan for 2020 between Biden and Trump. 3 debates. They only ended up doing 2.
Yeah. Well,
they used to do like 10.
Yeah. I still maintain we should go back to the Lincoln Douglas style where you have like an hour and a half to say your bit. Go into real detail.
It's a debate where only one person can address an issue. I mean, yes. Yeah. That's what they call it. And the only way somebody else gets to address it is if they decide to give somebody time or you're mentioned directly. It's a bullshit format.
Yeah.
30 years. If they don't keep the government open, they should not get paid. No pay, no budget. That's the way we should.
Again, we talked about this when this was actually relevant. This is just a sound clip. Give me a clap, please. If the government shut down and you're like, we're not going to pay Congress. These are overpaid people anyway, Jack. It's not like they're going, oh my God, can I make my mortgage this week? And then when it's all over, they're just going to get the back pay anyway. Stop saying stupid shit just because you know dumbasses will clap for it. In my mind, that kind of answer disqualifies you.
She's given a lot of answers that make her disqualified in my mind.
Yeah.
Governor DeSantis, we have a question for you. Governor DeSantis, China invested $12 billion in Latin America just last year. They signed strategic partnerships with 7 countries, including Mexico. And China's military ties to the region now include arms sales and training exercises. Are you comfortable with China deepening ties with our southern neighbors?
Of course not. And the reason why we're in this mess is because elites in D.C. for far too long have chosen surrender over strength when it comes to the CCP. Some people in our country got rich, our industrial base got hollowed out, and they have been able to build the second most powerful military in the entire world.
All right, Ron. Okay. He's not wrong about what China's been doing there, but the question is, are you uncomfortable with China and their ties to those south of our border? That issue is not what he just described. That issue there is us not being involved in South America.
Yeah.
Okay, we got to mind our own business. There's minding your own business, and then there's burying your head in the sand while the rest of the world goes on without you.
Yeah.
We should be down there pushing capitalism and free speech and American values instead of just ceding it to the Chinese.
Yep, but our politicians are incredibly lazy. It's stupid.
And our people who would do that are far more concerned with Donald Trump than that kind of thing.
Trump! You said Voldemort's name.
Indeed. Right. The 3-letter agencies have better things to do than deal with the Chinese.
Yeah, they're dealing with those pesky parents at school board meetings.
That's true. All right.
We need a totally new approach to China. We are going to have real hard power in the Indo-Pacific, like Reagan, to deter their ambitions. We're going to have economic independence from China, where we're decoupling our economy.
Great talking point, but how?
Yeah, he probably should have said, look, if Mexico wants to buddy up with China, maybe we stop money transfers to Mexico.
We are going to go after the cultural power they have in this country. As governor of Florida, I banned the CCP from
the cultural that they have in this country. And that's fine, Ron, but that's not the question. Yeah, the cultural influence they have in America is something to be worried about, but you're talking about the CCP building strategic alliances all down our southern border, from Mexico all the way down to the tip of South America. This is a foreign policy question, Ron, and you're going into your stump speech about how much China sucks. This is a very serious question that needs answered, guys. The influence that China has over everything south of our border needs addressed.
Buying land in our state. We should do that all across these United States. We shouldn't have them in our universities. We shouldn't have Confucius institutes. So you see a country in decline, our power's in decline. China's going to surpass us this decade, and if they do that, that's going to affect every single American household. As your president, I am not going to let that happen. I'm going to reverse this country's decline. We are going to choose strength, not surrender when it comes to the CCP.
A good stump speech, Ron, but it doesn't answer the question. That had nothing to do with the question, Jack.
No, but sounded good, right? That's all that matters.
It got a clap.
Yeah.
Bad China, yay!
Doing stuff is hard. Saying stuff is easy.
How about address that problem? I mean, we have several problems when it comes to the CCP, whether you're talking about their influence in the Southeast Asian region there, the bullshit that they've been pulling with Taiwan, and what's never talked about, Hawaii. They were just up off the coast of Alaska with the Russians.
Look,
so
shush.
There's a lot to talk about with China, but how about, you answer that specific question, Ronnie boy?
No. Thank you, USAID. Says, don't forget about me, fucker. How could we? It's our tax dollars getting thrown at other countries.
Yeah.
Right, Ukraine? And thank you, Keldrick. Real hard power would make a great Viagra slogan. Real, period, hard, period, power. Said in the dulcet tones of a massive black dude with a hot Asian chick on his arm. Oh, man, you get like a Barry White voice on that.
Yeah.
Real hard power. Yeah, not wrong.
A true story.
Decline. Under Joe Biden, we are a country in retreat.
You propose, quote, universal deportation for all undocumented immigrants and their children, even if the children are citizens of the United States. Under what legal premise will you expel U.S. citizens?
So the first thing I want to say is I agree with everything. The Republicans on the stage are on the right side of this issue. Militarize the southern border, stop funding sanctuary cities, and end foreign aid to Mexico and Central America to end the incentives to come across.
All right, I hear him, and this is going to piss some of you off. Ending aid to Mexico is not the answer. You have to tie the aid to them stopping the flow.
Yeah.
But if
put
you
conditions on it.
Yeah, if you end aid to Mexico, you know where they're going to get it? They just
cartel.
mentioned it in the last fucking question. China.
Yeah, China and the cartels.
But I do go a step further. You're right about that, Ilya. I favor ending birthright citizenship for the kids of illegal immigrants in this country.
Yes.
Now, the
Damn
left will
right.
howl about the Constitution and the 14th Amendment. The difference between me and them is I've actually read the 14th Amendment. What it says is that all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the laws and jurisdiction thereof are citizens. So nobody believes that the kid of a Mexican diplomat in this country enjoys birthright citizenship. Not a judge or legal scholar in this country will disagree with me on that. Well, if the kid of a Mexican diplomat doesn't enjoy birthright citizenship, then neither does the kid of an illegal migrant who broke the law to come here. And as the
He still said migrant, but at least he called him illegal.
Yeah. He gets credit for that because he did say illegal.
Yeah.
And they've been saying migrant, so it's going to be on your mind.
But anyway, I'm going to go back because this is a good answer. This is a really good answer.
Will disagree with me on that. Well, if the kid of a Mexican diplomat doesn't enjoy birthright citizenship, then neither does the kid of an illegal migrant who broke the law to come here. And as the father of two sons, it is hard for me to look them in the eye and say, you have to follow the law when our own government fails to follow its own laws. That's how we really go the distance and solve this problem and restore the rule of law in the United States of America, because that is part of what it even means to be an American.
Senator Scott.
Pretty good answer, and it actually addressed what she asked. He's like, yeah, I'd kick them out because they're not actually citizens.
Yep.
Yeah.
But you notice the Univision people, they are all on board with illegal immigration because they are the sainted people. It's a trick question.
She asked her first question, and it's answered, and then they changed to a different subject, and she bring it right back.
Of course she does.
I'll talk about the illegal.
Please give me your free stuff.
You oppose ending birthright.
Okay, I haven't asked this on the stream yet. And I did, I think, 2 or 3 times on Twitter because this bugs the fucking shit out of me. Why do the Latinos get their own fucking representation in this to get their questions asked? Where's the black guy up there to talk about what the black folks want? Where's the Asian guys like, hey, we're worried about our kids not being educated properly in the Asian community. We're worried about this shit. Where's the Native American out there going, hey, they're trying to build oil lines across our land and we don't agree with it? Why is it only the fucking Latinos who get this shit? Why are we only sucking up to them? And they do this every fucking year. Every presidential election, we got to have one part where it's like, the Latinos think. I don't give a fuck what they think. Why are they special and get their own? They're not even that big of a portion of the population. So don't tell me, they're sucking up because they need the votes. You want to suck up to a group and get votes? Get somebody up there to ask the black question. Hey, black people are worried about this because there's far more black people than there are the Hispanics.
For now, give it a few years.
Well, they've been telling us that since fucking Reagan. Eventually, the Hispanics are going to... It still hasn't happened yet they're still the ones that are getting sucked up to constantly. To the point you have these fucking assholes trying to pretend that they actually speak Spanish. Where's the Ebonics stuff?
Maybe that'll be the third one. I don't know.
How come none of them are speaking Taiwanese? I fucking hate this pandering bullshit. And the fact that we're talking about the illegal thing, when you have these people up there with their little token, asking these fucking Republicans Democrat talking points, that should piss everybody off. Why are they getting special treatment like that? That might come up again.
I sense some passion on that one.
What does Mr. Ramaswamy have wrong on that issue?
Yeah, there's no doubt the fact that when you think of the Constitution and the 14th Amendment, it was certainly written as it relates to slavery, not as it
That's
relates
all
to
it was
illegal
about.
immigration. It's been applied to illegal immigration. So the challenge that we face is, in fact, one that has to do with whether or not the people that come here are under the jurisdiction of our laws. And frankly, if you come here illegally, you are not.
Yes. And what they say is, well, you can get arrested here. Yeah, because there is a little bit of overlap there. What we're talking about, though, is who your actual government is. You are not an American citizen, so you are not under our laws. And this is something the Supreme Court has fucked up repeatedly. And it needs addressed with this court because hopefully they can fucking fix it. But what they like, well, you can be arrested here, so you're under our jurisdiction. That's fucking retarded. That's fucking retarded. The notion was whether or not you're a citizen. The 14th Amendment is directly tied to slavery because there were people, oh, well, they're not Americans because they were slaves. No, they were born here. They're fucking Americans. Stop it. That's all the 14th was about. That's all it was about. And the courts took that shit and went, yeah, that means if you squirt out a baby, they're an American. Bullshit. And Ramaswamy's the only one who has the balls. He goes, yeah, and we'll kick them out. Even the ones who are already here who are citizens, no, they're not. And they never should have been declared that. I hate this stuff.
Surviving a Supreme Court argument is something I can't tell you. But from a perspective of the Constitution, I think it's simple that clearly it was designed for slavery and not.
Yeah, and you can tell by the arguments at the time. It's not even a question, Jack. It's not like this shit is in secret.
Well, if you don't talk about it, it's a secret, right?
For illegal immigration. I'll go one step further, though. When we have a conversation about the things that are happening on this stage, we think about the fact that Vivek just said we were all good people. And I appreciate that because last debate, he said we were all bought and paid for.
You are bought and paid for, you piece of shit. I like it. Where did Ramaswamy get the immigration thing wrong? Oh, I appreciate that he said that we're good people, but last time he said I was bought and paid for. Don't look at my finances, by the way.
Yeah, they're kind of sketchy, so.
Fuck you. I like Vivek looking at him right there, though. And it really highlights his hair.
My pompadour says I am correct, sir.
Fuck.
And I thought about that for a little while and said, you know, I can't imagine how you could say that knowing that you were just in business with the Chinese Communist Party and the same people that funded Hunter Biden millions of dollars was a partner of yours as well.
You don't get a do-over from being high on the last one, dude.
Yeah.
If you were mad about that, you should have said it then. I mean, fine, bring it up, but that it's just such a bitch move.
Yeah, it comes off as kind of a lazy shot at him.
It sounds like one of those people who you zing them with something and they come back 2 hours later to zing you back.
Yeah.
Like, oh, good one there. Way to be quick on your feet. Should have stayed high, homie. Should have stayed high.
Just not going to stick.
It's not nonsense.
So look, here's what I want to respond. These are good people who are tainted by a broken system, and it's not the fault of anybody who's involved.
Some of us are tainted.
Excuse me. Thank you for speaking while I'm interrupting.
There it went. Thank you for speaking while I'm interrupting. He had a Biden moment. It's okay. It happens to all of us.
It comes off as funny, though. So
It does. It does.
Well, let him know. You said bought and paid for.
If I may finish.
You can't be on both sides.
Gentlemen, you'll have your turn.
But see, this is where I was talking about it. It is clear that Ramaswamy is the one they're targeting rather than Ron DeSantis.
Yeah.
And it happens throughout the debate.
Well, he did so well at the first debate, they kind of have to go after him.
Can we please focus on the issues that matter? We know we did business in China. Everybody knows that.
If I may
focus on holding Joe Biden accountable. That's what we need to be.
I actually agree with Ron DeSantis.
If everybody speaks at the same time, no one can understand your message.
So
there's something funny about the chicken. Nobody can understand your message. Tell me about it, sweetheart. It's sometimes hard to understand what you're saying.
Well, I get distracted by her boobs.
Fair. That's fair enough.
With Ron DeSantis on China. When every other CEO expanded into the Chinese market, you know what I did with my first company? We opened a subsidiary in China. But you know what I did that was different than every other company? We got the hell out of there. And when I started my next company, Strive, right when that's years ago. Right when I started my next company, Strive, to compete against BlackRock. Excuse me. To compete against BlackRock, I made a commitment that we would never do business in China. And I will say something.
Yes. I think you have more than time to explain your point.
He hasn't had a chance to say anything because they keep interrupting him. I think you'll have more than enough time. We got to get back to the illegals.
We got to get back to silencing you because people are starting to like you and listen to you. So that can't happen.
I was interrupted by a lot of people here, and I want to be respectful because I believe
you were respectful last debate.
But I do not believe.
See, and that little bitch thing, you were respectable last debate. You weren't even fucking cognitive of what was going on. You were so fucking high, you didn't even know where you were.
Yeah, and now you're acting like an asshole. So this is not a good look for Tim Scott. His constant cheap shots It's really not productive. It doesn't suit him.
We're sitting here in the
But again, last debate, Nikki Haley got a lot of credit for going after hard, getting that Ramaswamy dude. And like I said, the message was sent. See how many of them were jumping there.
Yeah, it's just kind of pathetic because Nikki Haley mostly got credit and accolades from rhinos.
And, oh, hey, not just rhinos. The left was fully on board with her.
Well, yeah, and she kept dropping the feminism nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
So, but she's not getting accolades from the people that would actually vote for her. These are just people that are like, oh, good job going after our enemy.
And Salty Ball says they equate looking like an asshole with as being tough. Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be tough. You're not being tough. You're being an asshole. And there's times that being an asshole is fine, but he just comes off as bitter, like he spent the whole last month going, he called me bought and paid for. I'm gonna get him.
Well, I guess if you call the black guy bought and paid for it, I could see where that might be a bit,
I guess.
Bit of a sore point.
Going back to that 14th Amendment thing.
Yeah.
Good point. I didn't even catch that. Nicely done.
Yeah, well, that's why you keep me around every now and then. I got something useful to add.
Honor of Ronald Reagan's library, if I may, from one admirer of Ronald Reagan to another. From one admirer of Reagan to another, we cannot
do deals with the CCP
violate
4 years ago.
Reagan's 11th commandment.
I want to hear about that.
Let's have a policy debate.
Did you not do business with the CCP 4 years ago? Tons of people, including Trump. If you're in business, there's a good chance if you're in a big successful business, Jack, you're doing business in China.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because you don't really have a choice, especially if you work at anything with production.
Yeah.
Because there's not that much production here in the States. You want textiles done, you're talking to China, Indonesia, Thailand, India.
Yeah.
If you want electronics done, you're definitely talking to China because it's cheaper to do stuff over there. So of course he's a businessman. Just because you're a professional politician, you're probably just taking bribes. I'm not saying Tim Scott is, but just odds statistically that if there's bribes to be had, they're coming out of China.
There's donations. Thank you.
Yeah, donations. Are selling paintings or whatever.
Right.
But he's a business guy. So, of course, he's likely doing some business in China. They're the business country now. We're not.
And
I don't understand why this is difficult to grasp. Oh, you did business with China. Yeah, of course he did.
It's a cheap talking point. That's why.
Yeah, it's lazy.
It's
incredibly lazy, and it's beneath Tim Scott. He's smarter than this, and he's a better politician than this. This is pathetic. I'm losing a lot of respect for Tim Scott.
Yeah, me too. Again, nobody's defending China here.
No.
But the fact of the matter is American business does business with China. And if anybody's going to have some kind of impact on that, Mr. Scott, that would be the United States Congress who, deals with treaties and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's nothing outlawing an American business from doing business in China, fuckhead.
Yeah. It's not like he's over there training the CCP military.
Yeah, and sorry, I didn't mean to step in there. I keep forgetting this point that I'm trying to make as I talk over myself. But if you do business in China, you're doing business with the CCP, period.
Yeah.
Because they control everything over there.
Yeah, they have a hand in everything. It's controlled communist state that's leaning fascistic. So I don't understand why they think you can do business and not end up doing some business in China.
Oh, I can answer.
Oh, yeah?
Because they're politicians and they've never actually had a job that did anything important.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
My bad. I should have known that. If you want to get pens with your business name on it and you want to get them at a reasonable price, you're going to bulk order them from China. It's just the way it is. Any little thing you do, it's probably cheaper to do in China. So you end up ordering stuff from China. So, yeah, you're going to do business with China. This is so dumb. These people are so fucking out of touch with how everything actually works.
And if you wanted to stop business in China, that's something that happens at the federal level in your chamber, sir. Just saying.
Yeah, they're not going to do that because they're all taking bribes.
No. They'll talk big on China on the stage here.
Oh yeah, but they're going to take donations from lobbyists and business interests that have a lot of business in China.
Let us have a policy debate. Let's have a policy debate. And the right answer is we need to declare independence from China, and I will see that through.
Vice President Pence,
Wait
in
for it.
2017, the Trump-Pence administration canceled DACA, which put the legal status of 600,000 dreamers in the hands of the courts. Dreamers work and they pay taxes.
Every question from this bitch so far has been, how are you going to help the illegals?
Yeah, how are you going to give us more free stuff? You know what? The dreamers still not citizens because their parents brought them here illegally, or used their illegal status to plop a kid out for an anchor baby. Send them the fuck home too. They can take it up with their parents. I'm sorry, you're not a citizen here. You're not entitled to anything. You don't deserve free shit. Get out.
Hey, black folks, how do you feel about your representation tonight? How many of your questions have been asked?
Yeah. How many of you were worried about these dreamers getting all this special treatment and free stuff and taking your potential jobs?
As president, if the Supreme Court ends DACA, would you work with Congress to reach a permanent solution for dreamers?
You don't need one. Just kick them the fuck out.
Yeah, permanent solution. They go home.
There's your permanent solution.
Yeah, you don't like it? Take it up with your criminal parents. You don't have to like it. I get it. You don't. But get the fuck out. You're not a citizen here. You're not supposed to be here. Yep. Just because you've been leeching off our system for 20 years or more in this case, that doesn't mean anything. Oh, we're contributing to society. Yeah, but you're not supposed to be here.
I do want to point this out. I'd forgotten how much immigration was in here, and you and I have different passions when it comes to the illegal thing, but we're both on board with fuck illegals.
Yeah.
And when I said good luck to us all with how long this is going to take, I'd forgotten how much of that was there. So whatever you guys thought this was going to go, you might want to double it.
Yeah, I'm pretty angry about the illegal thing.
Don't apologize. No. It's fine because it all needs said. I was just giving them a warning that if they're like, oh, we'll be out of here in 4 hours. Good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck.
They've had a path to citizenship for a long time for a lot of these dreamers. And they don't take it because they get more free stuff as dreamers. They also get their victim status. Like, oh, I'm a dreamer.
Yeah,
Shut the fuck up. You're illegal. Go home.
Just look at the language, dreamer. Fuck
yeah.
You. Most of these kids weren't dreaming when they came here. Their parents were.
Yeah. Their parents were like, how can we end run the system?
Yep.
So we don't have to do the paperwork to come here legitimately. Oh.
And listen to that question. Listen to how it's stated. Would you do anything to help them go with Congress? It's set up to be like, of course I'll help take care of it. They pay taxes. I didn't realize they paid taxes.
Because most of them don't pay taxes. They're getting free college. They're not.
Oh yeah.
Education is expensive for every American, whether your kids are going to school, like just high school, or if you want to send your kid to college. These people are getting free fucking college. Why? They're not supposed to be here. They're not citizens. We don't even give our citizens free college. And you're giving it to these parasites who were brought here by their parents. Their parents dropped a couple crotch goblins on us to fucking milk our system even more.
Yep.
It's fucking disgusting. I'm sick of hearing about the goddamn dreamers. They're just leeching off the system.
But they work. Don't you know they pay the taxes?
I don't buy that for a fucking second because they're probably not making enough money to pay taxes. And I mean, maybe there's one doctor in the whole group, but I doubt it.
I'm going to do a whole stream in just that accent. I enjoy doing it.
The Slowpoke Rodriguez stream?
Slowpoke Rodriguez stream, yes, indeed. How many of the rest of you knew that was Speedy's cousin? Damn kids these days, they got no good culture, Jack.
I know.
I loved.
Yeah. No, the dreamer issue really pisses me off because there's a massive sense of entitlement with dreamers. They feel they are owed all this free stuff. How many times have we watched them on these like little protest things where they're like, well, I'm a dreamer. No, you're an entitled sack of shit whose criminal parents came here illegally, dropped you off, and you get a bunch of free shit that our citizens don't even qualify for. It's fucking garbage. We have people that are actually in need, drug addicts, homeless vets, mentally ill people, people that I normally despise, like, you know, the just the drug addicts, homeless people that are on the bus, like, give me $1. Fuck that. I'd rather give that dude the money than the fucking criminal they brought over here to leech off the system so they could get free shit, and now they think they're owed. Fuck that.
I want to address that real quick, but I want to get this. Undead Ramen says, Monkey becomes El Munko. God, I'm going to miss this channel.
Right?
Don't worry, we're still on Rumble. Jack, why wouldn't they think they're entitled when you have a presenter here at this debate asking a presidential candidate, basically telling them, hey, you better say that you're going to fix this for him?
Yeah, that's exactly it. She's just expressing what they're thinking. How are you going to ensure my free shit? It's like welfare queens, who I detest on a visceral level too. And all these social welfare programs, especially for illegals. If you're not supposed to be here, why are you getting anything from our government? Anything at all? No, social welfare is for citizens. And quite honestly, it needs pared back quite a bit. You want to take care of old people and cripples, fine. But not just the parasites that are like, oh, that's sad. I want free stuff. Shut up, fucking freeloaders. Oh, I'm so angry about it. I'm all fired up now because
and we're not even done with immigration.
I know. We're never done with it because nobody does anything to stop it.
I'm backing it up a little bit just because there's something lost when Mike Pence talks here because of us interrupting.
Yeah, sorry.
You see, no. It would happen regardless, even if we had slow answers.
I'm apologizing for whatever trouble I get you in.
You're fine. You haven't said anything yet.
Enraged ranting.
No, you're fine. You have Tim Scott and Ramaswamy and everybody jumping in there, and there's passions going back and forth. And then they ask Pence a question. And you got to watch it in full speed, guys, so that we're not slowing it down, but without interruption. At least one part where he talks. Yeah. Listen to the answer before, and then when it gets to him. And it's just amazing just how it almost feels like it goes into slow motion because he just sucks that hard.
Yeah, I'm going to mute myself for a minute.
Sure.
They pay taxes. As president, if the Supreme Court ends DACA, would you work with Congress to reach a permanent solution for dreamers?
Well, first, let me say I'm glad Vivek pulled out of his business deal in 2018 in China. That must have been about the time you decided to start voting in presidential elections. So we're nice to have you participate.
There you go. That's number 2. That's the second joke that falls. He's a funny guy, y'all.
I got jokes, fellas.
There's several people who tried to make an issue out of Ramaswamy not voting. That's his right, fucker. Don't you believe in democracy? Part of democracy is being able to not vote. Y'all know that, right?
Yeah, it's not mandatory. What are we, Australia?
Right. And somebody in chat mentioned earlier, like, oh, you vote now? I've always voted, by the way, guys. Ever since I was old enough to. Just because I don't vote for the shit bags that they feed us does not mean I don't vote.
Yeah, he votes for himself.
I've only voted for myself twice.
And you vote for your wife, too. That's true.
Yeah, I vote for myself for governor because I think it's funny. I would fix Michigan roads.
Out there to dream.
Trading an election. So let me speak to this issue. Number one,
you had a chance. You didn't have to try to get your stupid ass joke in, Mike. Let me speak to this. That's what you're there for, dumbass.
Yeah, you're not funny. Stop doing jokes. Not everybody's funny, dude.
She didn't say, hey, tell a joke before you answer this or you're not allowed to. What a fucking douchebag.
I negotiated the Remain in Mexico policy with the Mexican government.
Well, it was nice of you to give them a say in how we deal with our border, homie. And no, you didn't. Trump did that.
Yeah.
You did what Trump told you to do. Stop it. Who was the president back then? Fox? Was it Vicente Fox at the time?
Vicente Fox, I think.
He had nothing. He didn't care about you at all. He was like, "What did Trump say?"
Yeah.
See, I love how he's going to take credit for what happened to Trump. Nothing bad though. No, he had nothing to do with that shit.
We used economic power to bring the Mexican government to the table.
You ain't do shit. You're there in case the president dies, and the rest of the time you're digging into your ass and smelling it. Stop it.
We built hundreds of miles of border wall, and despite what's said here today, we reduced illegal immigration and asylum abuse by 90%.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You reduced it, and that's true and good, but it wasn't 90%. Stop it.
And as president of the United States, I can do it again.
You didn't do it then.
The truth is,
I can do it again. You ain't do shit. Stop it.
Still not addressing the dreamers. He's still skirting that.
He skirted that completely. Somebody needs to take, next time there's a debate, there should be somebody there with a rolled up newspaper. And anytime these assholes say something like that, they just stand by Mike Pence. Anytime he takes credit for something Donald Trump did, just smack him in the nose. Stop it.
The truth is, we need to fix a broken immigration system, and I'll do that as well. But first and foremost, a nation without borders is not a nation.
Dreamers.
And we have to secure the southern border of the United States of America. I know
about
how
dreamers
to do it, and we will do it again. Let me say one other thing about China.
Okay. So I just want to reiterate what happened right here. Would you work with the Congress? I got to do it. I have to do a permanent path of citizenship for the illegal children. And he's like, I got a joke for you guys. And then he starts talking about what Trump did with all illegal immigration. And then he's like, wait a minute, and can I say something about China? Seriously, man, shot collars. And I get to hold the button, not the people at the thing there. I get to do it.
Well, look, if he really wanted some actual Republican voters to listen to what he's saying and support him, he should just said, "Oh, it'll be easy. I'll send them all home."
Yeah.
You'd get a lot of support from that because there's a lot of fed up people that work for a living, tired of losing out to these people that are freeloading off our system.
Mike, more than anybody else, comes across as what they would call well prepared. None of his answers have any kind of passion. There's nothing in the moment about what he says.
There's no spontaneity at all.
Let me say one other thing about China.
Would you negotiate with Congress to give a solution to the problem that dreamers have right now? They are on a limbo.
Well, let me tell you, I served in Congress for 12 years, although it seemed longer.
That's joke number 3 that fell flat.
He's not funny. He's too deadpan.
He is
He's
0
not
for
telling
3.
deadpan jokes.
He's 0 for 3, Jack.
I really don't know why he thinks he can win. He is not an impressive candidate in any regard. If anything, he's kind of annoying. Thank you, Alan, who says, hello, Jack. Hi, Alan. Hope you're doing well.
But something I've done different than everybody on this stage is I've actually secured reform in Congress. Ron,
Isn't Tim Scott standing right next to him?
Maybe he doesn't see color. You know what I'm saying?
Ron DeSantis is at center stage. Both of them, one is in Congress and the other one used to be. All right.
Don't worry. Well, wasn't Nikki Haley a senator or something before governor?
I don't know. Maybe she was a representative. I don't remember.
Maybe she was just an ambassador. I don't know.
Here he goes again. She reiterates the question, and he's like, "Oh, well, what I've done different than the people." I'm giving him way too. What I have done different than the other people on this stage is make stuff in Congress. Where's the answer, fucker?
He doesn't have an answer. He's not prepared for this one because the answer is send them home.
It's an easy question. Whether either way he goes, Jack, I don't care. Just actually have a fucking opinion. Have an opinion. Yes, I would work with Congress to make it so dreamers can stay here, or no, they can go the fuck home. It's really easy.
I would work with Congress on getting a jobs program to get bus drivers to take all these people home.
Thank you, Keldrick. Mike is a wooden board with a face painted on it and a tape recorder glued to the back. Yeah, he's seriously making Al Gore seem very charismatic.
It's sad. I didn't know that was possible.
I know, right? I can't wait for his Inconvenient Truth movie.
Right? It'll be a indisputable facts, and it'll be about Bear Pig Man.
There you go.
You talk a really good game about cutting spending, but you've increased spending in Florida by 30%.
What does that have to do with Dreamers?
When I was a member of Congress in 2006, right after Hurricane Katrina, Dana, you remember it, we stood our ground. I led House conservatives. We cut $100 billion out of the federal budget. It can be done, but as I said in the last debate, I'll say again, this is no time
fuck
for
are you
on-the-job
talking about?
training. I'm going to be ready on day one to get Congress to step up, secure the southern border of the United States, build a military fitted to our times, and we're going to get spending in Washington, D.C. under control once again.
What are we up to, like 5 stump speeches now?
Yes. And about 6 answers there, none of which answered the question that he was asked twice.
Oh, man, they are just, even the wooden board is dodging and weaving tonight.
Fuck.
It's starting to look like trench warfare at the World War I front.
I propose to go to a break. How will these candidates make America safer?
All right. At the end there, DeSantis gets called out. And instead of giving him his 30 seconds that he's allowed to respond by the debate rules, they go to commercial, Jack. And just a heads up, he doesn't, when they come back, get to answer either. They go right into something else.
Of course.
How fucked up is that? These are your rules. Oh, we got to go to commercial. It's a fucking presidential debate. You can wait 30 more seconds.
You would think so.
These guys are auditioning to be the leader of the free world. And you're like, sorry, man. We got to get that pharma money to pay for this shit.
Yeah.
All right. Now, we are going to watch one of the commercials, Jack.
As rising
I don't care about
plagues
this.
our cities.
Let's see. Where's it at?
Sale at Penny's?
No, it's much better than that.
Oh.
I don't know if there's one in this first section here.
Being on this.
Oh, shit. I went too far. All right. I'll just tell you about it instead. How about that?
Okay.
Would use US.
All right. This was on Rumble, right? And there's several ads in this during this debate where they have a guy dressed up as a catcher and another guy, I think he's in a baseball uniform. Don't quote me on that though. And the catcher he's YouTube, and he keeps stopping people. He's giving people strikes for thinking and having opinions. And he goes, you know what? I'm just going to go over to Rumble.
Nice.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Sorry, guys. I don't want to just watch all of the ads. So we'll just, I'll tell you about it. And they happen throughout. I think there's 3 more commercial breaks. Actually.
Crime in major cities is striking fear into the hearts of Americans. Just last night, looters took over the streets of Philadelphia. You said...
What degenerate got shot? Did I miss something?
Yeah, some Latino guy got shot. And for some reason, a lot of people seem to think he was black. I think that was a telephone game. But yeah, the obvious requirement is to go steal a bunch of iPhones and sneakers.
Yeah, and throw clothes on the ground.
Yeah, there was a wine shop that got looted, and a live streamer happened to be there, and she eventually got arrested.
I was goofing off during this part as they're coming back from break. I was fucking around on Twitter, as I did throughout this thing.
Yeah.
And I looked back over at the screen here, and it took me a second to realize this wasn't just San Francisco. And you know how I noticed?
It says Philadelphia in the corner?
No, I wasn't looking at that. I don't see needles on the ground.
Oh yeah, there's not a lot of poop or needles.
Yeah.
I was waiting to see the gang on there from It's Always Sunny.
Oh yeah. At least Frank.
Yeah, there was a streamer called Meatball. That's the name she goes by. She's a plump lady too. She got arrested.
Nice.
She was out in front of a liquor store that was getting looted and cheering people on. Apparently, she did some looting. There's a whole string of videos. I posted 2 of them, and St. Fugi threw a bunch more on. And this dumb bitch basically got herself arrested.
Nice. Cop shot a guy, had a knife. Judge let cop free. Riot in Philly. That's the short of it. That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Notice I didn't even. I had not heard about this story at all, but I guessed right away what happened.
Because it's the same nonsense. It's
Every
a sad
time.
excuse to stand up for a criminal that got himself shot by the cops who were just doing their jobs. And it's hard to feel sorry for him because 99% of the time these shootings are legit.
Yeah. Evolve says, don't record yourself committing crimes. That is a PSA from the Monkey Channel. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's just dumb.
Yeah.
Don't do anything illegal over electronics. It will be traced.
Well, don't commit crimes, but for God's sakes, if you're going to, don't record yourself.
Yeah, that's just dumb. Like,
criminals are stupid, man.
They really are. They really are. The majority of criminals are really not bright.
In the last debate, that you would use U.S. attorneys to prosecute crimes local prosecutors won't. But they are stretched as well, and they could not handle all of the lawlessness, the shoplifting, all the carjackings, the armed robberies. They're all surging. Progressive prosecutors.
You just gave an out to them. They just couldn't possibly deal with it. Try it.
Yeah,
Instead
here's
of
the idea. Declare martial law, and anybody caught looting will be shot on sight.
Stop making excuses. They just couldn't deal with it. I hate these people.
Were elected by their constituents, and they can't be fired by a president. So what would you do to end the revolving door of criminality?
Nothing. I'm the president. I will work with governors and give them my ideas, but that's the governor's problem, not mine.
That's a states' rights issue.
Yeah. Don't worry, Tubby here. Look how many. That's not even an extra chin, man. That's like half an extra face.
That's an extra county.
God bless Chris. I said on Twitter, man, he looks like he should be doing a diabetes commercial.
Ah, you kind of should.
Well, look, Dana, I'm the only one on this stage who's done it. For 7 years, I ran.
The question was, how would you as president deal with this? You have not done that for 7 years, you lying fat bastard. You've never done it.
Largest office in this country. At the U.S. Attorney's Office in New Jersey, and we set records for the number of prosecutions that we brought that still have not been broken. And the reason was that we went after the crime that was affecting people's lives.
As president, though, dipshit.
Maybe he's going to say that'll translate to a national scale or something.
I would, ladies and gentlemen, as bad as what we saw there in Philadelphia was, those aren't federal crimes.
No, those are local crimes.
That's a state issue. It's for them to deal with. I'd be like, I would work with them to help them in any way I could and encourage them to fire these prosecutors like Rhonda said. Oh, shit, can't do that.
Whoopsie.
Notice they didn't give that question to Ronnie.
Oh, why would they do that? We haven't really heard from DeSantis very much tonight.
DeSantis, at the end, I'll do a breakdown of who I think won and everything, of course. But DeSantis, the very end, I would say, the last quarter of this actually comes on. Until then, he's basically like he was in the first debate.
As president, I will appoint an attorney general and instruct that attorney general that you are to put all the resources that are necessary to bring our cities back under control. The fact is they will be stretched. There's no doubt about that, but that's what they take the job for because they love the idea of enforcing the law. We've got to bring law and order back to this country, and not just in our cities, but we need the law and order back everywhere. We need law and order back in our suburbs. People are threatened there. We need it in our rural areas. People feel threatened there, and we need it in Washington, D.C. also. And Donald Trump should be here to answer for that, but he's not. And I want to look at the camera right now and tell you, Donald, I know you're watching. You can't.
Donald wasn't watching. He was at his thing.
Yeah, he's giving a speech at the exact same time.
Yeah, he was he didn't care about you at all, fat boy. But I do want to back it up because you got to get the full impact of him talking to Donald Trump. And I didn't mean to interrupt there. I just can't help myself. It's like a tick. I just can't help myself.
You have a disorder that makes you interrupt video?
Yes. I have a disorder that makes me interrupt stupid.
Well, you should probably get that looked at because there's a lot of stupid to interrupt.
But before we get on to him going after Donald Trump here, I'm going to just wag my finger at Donald.
Wait a minute. You interrupt me all the time.
I do.
Oh, shit.
It's not my fault.
No.
You interrupt me?
My parents.
Yes. My apologies, sir. I did not mean to call you stupid. For the record, I interrupt smart stuff too.
Not as much.
No, because I'm typically just nodding along in agreement when it's smart stuff.
Yeah.
Don't fall for this shit, guys. Yes, it's nice to have a president go. He did not say a fucking thing about working with the states to get this done. His answer was, I'm going to sic the Justice Department on it. Raise your hand if you want FBI involvement in more shit.
Yeah. The feds do not need to get involved in local crime. That's not productive, and if anything, it's going to erode freedoms more in the long run because they always overextend. They always have mission creep where they just take a little more. Look at what the FBI does with parents at school board meetings and all this other stuff they've been encroaching on because they got to justify their budgets.
One of the criticisms I've seen lately about Republicans is that they'll be like, hey, we need small government unless it's an issue that they agree with. And that is a perfectly valid criticism of Republicans. They're quick to say, hey, that's not a federal issue as long as it's something that they don't agree with. But like right here, none of the Fed's business. None.
No.
And he didn't say fuck all. As somebody who used to be a governor, he didn't say fuck all about how, hey, it's up to the governors to take care of this.
Yeah.
Got to bring law and order back to this country, and not just in our cities, but we need law and order back everywhere. We need law and order back in our suburbs. People are threatened there. We need it in our rural areas. People feel threatened there.
Thank you, Comrade Kitty. That is month number 3 as a member. I appreciate it, my friend. It works so well in Oklahoma with the natives doing crime and needing FBI. Hey, man, we need more FBI involvement in everything. It'll make the world a better place. The more the government can tell you what to do, the better off we'll all be.
Oh, that's a terrifying thought, isn't it?
I know, right?
And
Jack Monk, did this guy say he ran?
Well, what his idea of running in is clearly different than what our idea of running is.
Oh, I bet you he could catch a sandwich truck.
Yeah, I doubt there's an ice cream truck that could escape him, but he might have some cardiovascular issues at the end of that.
No, all he does is take a real big inhale and it just comes towards him.
Ew.
Need it in Washington, D.C. also. And Donald Trump should be here to answer for that, but he's not. And I want to look at that camera right now and tell you, Donald, I know you're watching. You can't help yourself. I know you're watching, okay? And you're not here tonight, not because of polls and not because of your indictments. You're not here tonight because you're afraid of being on this stage and defending your record. You're ducking these things. And let me tell you what's going to happen. You keep doing that, no one up here is going to call you Donald Trump anymore. We're going to call you Donald Duck.
All right.
Look how proud he is of himself.
Yeah, first of all, Donald Duck doesn't wear pants. Trump wears pants. So that's not appropriate. Plus, he's not a sailor.
And Donald Duck is not known for running away from things.
No, if anything, he gets really angry and fights.
Yes, he does. Alan, thank you so much for the donation, my friend. I appreciate it. Yeah, Donald Duck is mad.
Yeah. No, I think calling him Donald Duck's kind of a compliment. So I don't know what he's thinking there.
And Rogue says not a mic drop. Yeah, he thought it was, though. And the anti-Trumpers in the crowd. Yeah. And look, I do agree. Trump should be up there. But you got shown up on your issue from last debate because he was the only one, or I think he was the first one in the last debate to call out Trump. Like, well, you already got shown up on that by DeSantis. He already did that, man. But you got beat to the punch. I realize you practice that a lot in the mirror. I know you did because, well, you're a fat piece of shit politician.
Yeah, look, his DoorDash guy thought it was hilarious.
Indeed. Or he said so.
Yeah.
So that he didn't eat them.
Yeah, please don't eat me.
Governor DeSantis, you fired a couple of...
There's an equal number of cheers and boos in this crowd. Remember, this is California. So even the Republicans out there should be cheering for that shit. And you only got maybe a quarter, because only like half the crowd is even responding to it. And a quarter of them were on your side.
Oh, that's not a good number, honestly.
No, Trump needs to stay away, though. I'll turn on him at once and bring up indictments and stupid crap like that. You don't think Trump can handle that? Trump should be able to handle that with no issue.
Prosecutors in your state, but as president, you would not have the ability to do that. How do you think about dealing with the root causes of crime, especially this revolving door of the criminals that just get out and come back and commit another crime?
How come you didn't redirect him to answer the fucking question? Instead,
because they like cheap shots against Trump. Fox really hates Trump.
Yeah, instead you go, all right, since you didn't answer, we'll ask DeSantis.
Yeah.
We didn't give him the time to speak that he was supposed to have it right before the break. But fuck it. You didn't answer the question, fat man. You got your Trump thing. And let's go over to Ronnie. Oh, she wasn't cute. She'd be worthless.
She's not that cute anymore.
Well, the crime in these...
She's hot, man.
Look, I'd bang her because she's all dusty up there, so you can finish without worrying about babies. But
hey, never wait. What? You're giving our audience bad advice there.
Why?
Because there could be a gumball stuck to the side.
Maybe, but she's pretty dusty. Let me tell you.
You gotta be careful, man. You don't want to be the one that knocks it loose and end up with a. Oh, I was gonna say someone's gonna get us in trouble.
You don't want to knock it loose and get out.
Basically that, but I was gonna say the words. All right, here we go.
About dealing with the root causes of crime, especially this revolving door of the criminals that just get out and come back and commit another crime.
Well, the crime in these cities is one of the strongest signs of the decaying of America. We can't be successful as a country if people aren't even safe to live in places like Los Angeles and San Francisco. Just being in Southern California over the last couple of days, my wife and I have met 3 people who have been mugged on the street, and that would have never happened 10 or 20 years ago. In Florida, we back the blue. We support the men and women of law enforcement. They are keeping us safe. We have a 50...
That's fine, but the question is, what would you do as president?
Yeah. Saying you back the blue is a meaningless phrase. What are you going to do to protect citizens? Are you going to do more community policing? Are you going to install the audio devices that pick up gunshots? What are you actually going to accomplish?
How about I would work with the governors to see if there was a way I could help them do what I did in Florida.
Yeah.
And fire these prosecutors who are worthless.
Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe get the DOJ to actually do their fucking jobs in defense of civil liberties instead of violating them.
How about I would pull back on the FBI who's out there abusing people's fucking rights? Nah, bro.
Yeah, right. They all want to abuse civil rights. So we can.
Year low in the crime rate. And yes, when I had 2 progressive prosecutors that weren't following the law in Florida, I removed them from their posts, and the people of Florida are safer as a result of it. As president, I will use the Justice Department to bring civil rights cases against all of those left-wing Soros-funded prosecutors. We're not going to let them get away with it anymore. We want to reverse this country's decline. We need to choose law and order over rioting and disorder.
All right. Once again, we have somebody. I'm going to use the Justice Department, but at least this one would be possible. The problem is, what civil rights case? We'll bring a civil rights case. What one? What are you going to say that they're violating the civil rights of the people there? Then you're talking about removing prosecutorial discretion, which should still be a thing, Jack. The problem is it's abused.
Yeah, it's heavily abused.
But it's still a state issue.
Yep.
And using the like, oh, we're not getting our way, we'll just use the power of the feds against them. That's not the right answer, Ronnie boy. Why are all of them like, I'm going to take care of the problem up here?
Because most of them are big government thugs. They want bigger federal government.
Did none of you actually read the Constitution, or did you not understand it? Because I'll explain it to each of you.
They just don't care about it. Constitution only means what they want it to mean.
True.
If they don't want to enforce it or defend it, they're not going to.
On a related subject, Governor Haley, there's a nationwide policing shortage. Retirements are up, recruitment is in the tank, morale is at a record
All right,
low.
I'm not paying attention to the question. I'm watching the camera. Why do we need this slow zoom in on the camera thing? Look. A bunch of old men and a really bitchy lady. The question is about a shortage of police, so I'll let him finish. Take it away, Stuart.
Oh, 3 years ago, you signed a pledge to support law enforcement. Now, pledges are a nice idea, but what's your actual plan to get more police on our streets?
All right. What's your actual plan to get more police on the streets? It's time to take a poll of the audience, Jack. Give me a 1 if you think she's going to tell us how she's going to get more police on the streets. Give me a 2 if you're smart.
Shouldn't we ask them how many of them are actually Polish? If we take a poll?
No, not that kind of poll.
Oh, my bad. I got to step away for a second. I'll be right back.
Sure.
Well, and I actually did it in South Carolina, too. You know, what we knew in South Carolina was you take care of those who take care of you.
You didn't actually do it because you were asked as president how you would do it, you silly bitch, and you weren't president. There are different rules for what a governor can do and what the president can do. What these fucking meaningless answers. By all means, stand on your record. That's great, but it has nothing to fucking do with what you would do as president because the rules are different.
We have to start taking care of law enforcement, but it's not just taking care of them with words. It's making sure that you also follow through on what they do. Right now, we have a lot of stolen guns on the street. Well, these law enforcement officers, they arrest these people and then they go and they're let out the very next day. So,
do you think law enforcement is quitting because they arrest somebody and then let out the next day? Do you think that's been the problem, sweetheart? Seriously? And what can you do as president about that? Are you going to go rearrest them? No, they're letting them out. All right. I mean, you're not wrong. That's true. But what are you going to do about it?
law enforcement feels like they
Why do I watch this shit? Why do I watch? Why am I compelled to watch it? I can't help myself.
No one has their back. We have to start prosecuting according to the law. We have to make sure we have the backs of law enforcement, and we have to make sure that we're a country of law and order. But I want to go back to China because I don't think we spent.
Oh, what? I come back and she's like, oh, we got to support the cops. And by the way, China, what does China have to do with that question?
Question was, what would you do to get more police on the streets? And her answer was, we'll prosecute more people, which she has no power over as president, and China.
Is she going to get the Chinese to do our law enforcement? Because that one surprised me a lot.
See, the problem is they all know that Trump got a lot of attention for going after China, and that a lot of people are suddenly realizing that, hey, Trump was right. So they're all being tough on China tonight. China.
It's a stupid redirect. It's unrelated, and it just makes you look like you're kind of stupid.
Real quick, look how creepy Christie looks as he's staring her down like,
No, he's like, I wonder if she's got any candy in her purse. Because women always have like some candy.
I could put you on a bun and just.
No, he's thinking about donuts, just not her donuts.
All right, you were saying.
Thank you, Evolved Potato. How about this? If your state has too bad of a crime rate, you stop getting money. It's a good way to motivate government. Attack their money. Why is this so difficult for these idiots? Well, first of all, they're stupid. Second of all, yeah, if you say, look, you're not getting any federal education funds or whatever, if you don't try and get your crime rate under control. But they're not going to do that. They're just going to talk a lot. That's all politicians do here anymore. They talk a lot for the camera, and then they do nothing. And they're like, I don't know why it's like that.
You have an S&M streak. No, I wasn't talking anything sexual there. I meant he'd actually eat her like a hot dog.
Yeah, cannibalism I would not rule out with Chris Christie. It's not. He's going to perform cunnilingus. It's that he's going to cook her and eat her like she's bacon.
Yeah.
That's how he's looking at her. Like, you look delicious.
Like that poor Uber driver from earlier.
Yeah. He's just gonna. There might be. I wonder if he's ever been near that Long Island site where all those people were found murdered.
He probably was, man.
I don't rule out that he could be a serial killer.
Enough time on that. Right now, we have to look at what government's doing to hurt us against China, too. You have a company, U.S. Antibiotics, that produces amoxicillin, the #1 antibiotic that we need.
That we way overuse, by the way. Stop taking medicine for shit you don't need medicine for.
Whatever, I'll do what I want.
And they're like, I've taken amoxicillin 400 times in my life, and it just doesn't work anymore. Really?
It's a mystery.
And right now, there is a company in Bristol, Tennessee that produces that, yet our federal government only gets it from China. We need to be focusing on.
Is it cheaper from China?
Probably.
Another mystery solved, Jack.
Yeah.
Companies that produce in America and supporting those companies that produce in America, not companies that are helping China.
And that's fine. I mean, that's not a bad answer if we were talking about China. And again, this goes to the format, Jack, because she should have got her turn. In fairness to Nikki, she should have got her turn to talk about China when that was the subject. It's just not the fucking subject now.
Yeah. Like you said, if every person had to answer every question, it would avoid a lot of these problems.
John asks, how many STDs you get? No, they prescribe amoxicillin for everything, mostly just to shut people up and get them out.
Yeah, it is one of the most
it's
useful
overprescribed
of the antibiotics.
And it's way overprescribed. A lot of times people should be told, hey, go home and rest. And instead they're like, well, all right, fuck it. We'll give you this pill if it'll make you shut the fuck up and go home.
Yeah. And that's why it's like $4.
Yep. And it's also why it's being found not to work as effectively anymore.
Yeah, because people are overusing everything.
Yeah.
Thank you, Keldrig, who says the Manwich Mauler. Oh, that would be an awesome serial killer name.
All right.
Now I want Manwich. Awesome.
Yeah, I haven't had that in a while. Maybe we'll do that this week. Not you and me, but the family here.
No, I might crash that because Manwich fucking awesome.
You know, dude, let's take a time out from this stupid shit for just a second. Let me tell you a nice little story. My son, because the middle little's been a little sick, and I almost said her name. Whoops. Lady Monkey has been very sick this week. He made basically chicken soup for the girls and brought some to his mommy.
Oh,
isn't that a good kid?
Yeah.
My wife raised really good children. I'd like to take credit for it, but I know all that influences her.
All the good stuff, she did that.
All the good stuff comes from her.
All their smart assery, that's all you, buddy.
100. You know, it's not even that, because I realized the other day that my middle child, this son that I'm talking about, his sense of humor comes from his mom.
Oh, ouch.
Well, you guys have heard her. She's funny. And
yeah, she is.
She's cutting, and so is he. And it was a blow to my ego to realize that the humor part there didn't come from me. It came from my wife. The other two were 100% dads. So anyway, here we go.
We will be talking foreign policy later. Delia?
Thank you, Stuart.
Wait, I'm sorry, I got to step back. We'll be talking foreign policy later. You were the one that asked the question about the Chinese influence in Southern America and Mexico. Is that not foreign politics or foreign policy?
Technically, yes, but they don't want to look at it that way because, well, let's face it, large parts of our country are quickly becoming third world southern nations.
True.
So those will be annexed before long to various enclaves within.
All right, I think it's time for another what the Latinos think question. Take it away.
Stay in the topic of crime because it affects all of us. Governor Burgum, for the first time ever, a Univision poll found that mass shootings and gun safety are one of the most important issues for Latino voters.
Okay, two things. One, it's being the most important issue because the news keeps talking about it constantly because they want to make it an issue and get assault rifles banned. And frankly, they're all liberals. They want to get rid of guns to begin with. Yeah. So I'm so tired of hearing about what the people think. The people think it because you're telling them to. Shut the fuck up. But two, why? Why do I give a shit about just what the Hispanics think?
They try and make it sound like Latino voters think differently than other human beings, and I find that very offensive.
Where's the correspondent from BET?
Fashionably late. It's all black people time.
It's on black people time. Oh, fuck, man.
Mental health concerns are not.
That's a creepy smile to be holding while you're asked a question.
A little bit.
He looks like he's thinking, I like her boobs.
Yeah, well, she's showing them, and she does seem to have a pretty nice set there. Let's look. If I interview this woman, I would gladly inspect her cleavage to make sure that it's not an optical illusion.
Just remember, if you cross her southern border, do it legally.
Yes, of course.
Yes, of course.
Yes. I will get a visa to cross
a work visa.
Yes, a work visa.
Can go pick her fruit, y'all. Gonna go tend that lady garden.
Well, somebody's got to do it.
It's a job that Mexicans don't want.
Yeah, and maybe do some landscaping while I'm down there, if you know what I'm saying.
Call me Jesus. Fuck, man, that one's gonna get us in trouble. Let's go.
What's this wee shit?
I know, that was all me too. Fuck.
Yeah, I'm just some hitchhiker.
Unique to the United States, but gun violence is. What is your specific?
I'm sorry. Did you just say gun crime is unique to the United States when you were talking about Hispanics?
We're not going to talk about cartels. That's foreign policy, right?
Bruh, the cartels took down the Mexican army so that they could keep Chico's kid out or from being arrested.
Yeah, Chapo.
Chapo's all right, whatever, close enough.
No, but this is a common talking point with especially Mexico, where they say how the gun crime there is our fault.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's the fault of your criminals. How about that?
It's unique to the United States as long as you don't pay attention.
Yeah.
Plan to curb gun violence.
Well, first we need to know is understand is I think that the liberal left seems to be just completely bent on prosecuting law-abiding citizens that are gun owners, because every solution they have to this is take away the Second Amendment rights of Americans, and somehow that's going to solve the problem.
Okay.
All these cities that we're talking about that you showed the videos of tonight, they have some of the strictest gun laws in the country. So we know that that's not what's working. What we have to do is get back to the core issues about the family. We have to get back to behavioral health and mental health. We've got to get back to actually enforcing the laws these people talked about. And like we've done in North Dakota, where we've got the goal and we're on the track to be the most military-friendly state in the nation. We've got the most.
How are you going to curb gun violence? We have the most military-friendly state. It's like they're all retarded. Could one of you answer the actual fucking question?
I don't think they prepared at all for most of these questions. I think they were expecting. It's like they were all cheating off each other, or at least most of them, and they all thought the certain questions were going to be asked, and they aren't, and they don't know how to respond now. So they're like, well, I'll just redirect to the military.
I mean, this is another one. It's a state issue. It just is. How would you curb gun violence? The family thing, that's a good point. But how are you going to do it? We will have things that push for the family, because statistics show that in a two-parent household, kids grow up and tend to be less poor. Poverty and crime are clearly linked. You could even do the single-parent crime stats. We will have a serious push to back the American family to get it so that we're not relying on the government to keep people from being shitbags. They're actually taught that from the beginning. Hey, there's an answer for you that the federal government can actually do. Just I'm against crime. That doesn't mean anything. By the way, what was your question?
Military and the most support of what we're doing in terms of law enforcement, because the morale is down because we've been defunding the police, because they've been attacked in the press. The police have become the bad guys when they're the one. There's all these jobs available in America. Why would you be a policeman if people don't even respect them? Every time I see a policeman, the first thing I say is thank you. And so does everybody else in my family and most of the people in our state, because they know we have to respect the people that are out there defending us every single day.
It was a gun control question.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with the cops at all, or the military. So,
but again, he didn't get a chance to answer when they did talk about crime. So we tried to force his little answer in there. Wait, fine, fuck it, force your little answers in. But could you actually answer the question asked?
No,
just one of you.
They're decolonizing it, monkey. You're used to a certain European way of answering questions, and we're not doing that anymore. We're decolonizing it.
Oh God, guys, thanks for watching. Please hit the like button. It's a thumbs up on Rumble. Share with your friends, your family that bitch you hate. Donate, tip Jack or myself if you can. Links in your description. And visit the stores. Check out, get yourself something nice.
Yeah, we're poor.
Yeah, we're poor. We're not paid like these assholes by special interest. We need a special interest group to back us, Jack.
We have a special interest group that's the audience.
No, I mean one that, has these really deep pockets and no morals.
Oh, yeah, they don't like people like us.
Ah, damn it.
All that thinking.
Mr. Ramaswamy, according to Customs and Border Protection, about 90% of fentanyl is seized at official border crossings, and 57% of the smugglers are U.S. citizens. How would you stop fentanyl brought into the country, mostly by U.S. citizens, through ports of entry?
She did it twice, mostly by the U.S. citizens. Make sure.
Yeah, I don't buy that stat for a fucking second. Also, I would just declare drug smuggling to be a terror act.
Well, hang on. She's right. And here's how. It takes one Mexican to bring a large shipment across the border or to the border to be pulled over. And then it takes a whole bunch of other people to go sell it on the street. So, you meet at your little border spot and you have 4 people who are going out to 4 different directions actually across the border. So now there's 1 Mexican and 4 Americans. That's only 20% of the Mexicans are doing it. It's another one of those bullshit stats. It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, well,
mostly by the Americans. Fuck you. If
you classified the cartels as terrorist groups, then you could probably do a lot more.
Yeah. It's 100% coming from the Mexican cartels. 100%. Don't be like, well, the people that they eventually get it to are honkies.
Yeah, that's a deception.
It's bullshit. Lies, damn lies, and statistics, Jack.
True.
There's 2 sides to this, and we have to be very honest about it. One is we do have to seal that southern border. Building the wall is not enough. They're building cartel-financed tunnels underneath that wall. Semi-trucks can drive through them.
And what we should do is booby trap them.
Yeah, we should do exactly what the Israelis are doing. Fill them with concrete or explosives and let nature take its course.
I'm more of a fan of the World War II way of clearing out such tunnels.
Oh yeah, I'm okay with that too.
Flamethrowers are cool.
Flamethrowers are very cool.
Have to use our own military to seal the Swiss cheese of a southern border, but we also have to be honest. There's a demand side problem in this country too, a mental health epidemic. I met family in Iowa. Two parents.
God damn it. Here we go to stump speech again.
Yeah, nobody wants to hear. I met these people. Nobody fucking cares. First of all, nobody believes those stories. They're nonsense. And yeah, it's just another stump speech. I don't fucking want to hear it. Just tell the answer.
It's Kathy and Derek. They lost their son, Sebastian, 17 years old. He bought Percocet on Snapchat, and then he...
Ladies and gentlemen, don't buy Percocet on Snapchat.
No, that's stupid. Don't buy secondhand pills.
Fuck.
That's a recipe for disaster. You're just dumb if you're doing that.
Yeah, for the record, I'm sorry that these people lost their son. That's horrible. But
yeah, but they would have lost him to a Tide Pod too.
Yeah, your son isn't a victim of the cartels. He's a victim of stupidity. I'm gonna go buy me some Percocet online.
Yeah, that's totally safe. I totally trust these random strangers. Sorry, your kid probably had an addiction issue or was just really dumb. I don't know which, maybe both.
And again, that doesn't mean we shouldn't try to be stopping fentanyl, but his little example here, I'm sorry, Vivek, you're not moving me with this one because you just told me he bought Percocet on Snapchat.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course that happened.
Yeah, it's not exactly the reputable seller that getting an actual prescription would be. So not like, real sympathetic here.
It's like telling me he bought filet mignon from a vending machine and got sick. Really?
No, even worse, he bought it from a street vendor. Some dude with just a blanket out and a bunch of meat on it that may or may not be cooked. He's like, yeah, I got some filet mignon right here, dude. You do buy watches out of some dude's trench coat too? Like, come on, man.
Why would you use a junkie as an example? Well, for the record, he's got a good overall point. We do have a consumption problem here in the U.S. with drugs.
Yeah, because drugs are considered sexy now.
Yes.
Look at how many celebrities push that, how many media outlets push how sexy drugs are. It's glamorized.
He just goes to a really bad example for it.
Yeah, it's terrible. But real fast, thank you, Travis Gardner. Really deep pockets. Not since the divorce. No morals. Okay, far. Special interests. See above.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the divorce does tend to wipe out anything you had at one point because they'll take everything.
Oh my God! I just realized he's doing the Clinton thing.
Yep.
Vivek.
He's overly prepared now. I think that's going to hurt him quite a bit.
Vivek, just be honest, man. Just be yourself. It works.
You're doing so good, man. Don't burn out and turn into one of these people.
Don't let him do that to you. You were winning when you weren't doing that shit.
Yep.
Died. Why did he die? Because it was laced with fentanyl. That is closer to bioterrorism, not a drug overdose. That is poisoning. So it is our job.
I mean, sure, but he's still dead because he bought Percocet on fucking Snapchat.
Yeah. We have a real stupidity problem in this country that seems to be growing exponentially.
Yeah. You can OD on just Percocet.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
To make sure that never happens. But it's also our job to make sure that 17-year-olds don't turn to Percocet via Snapchat. We have to bring back mental health care in this country, not with pump and pharmaceuticals, but with faith-based approaches that restore purpose and meaning in the next generation of Americans. Many of them are getting it through social media. And this isn't a Republican point or a Democrat point, but if you're 16 years old or under, you should not be using an addictive social media product, period.
All right. I'm with you. I am. But we're talking about the drug problem right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, there is a certain amount of dopamine that you're going to get from using social media.
But he almost gets there. He's like, we need, faith-based to bring back the purpose in people. I don't necessarily think faith-based needs to be there, but give people purpose. other than, hey, look how cool it is to be high all the time, which, by the way, not cool.
No,
but
it's
look at,
kind of annoying as you get older. Like, just
it was
stop. You're sad.
It was annoying when I was a kid, man. There
Yeah,
was
but
one kid in my high school who was constantly high, and he was so fucking annoying.
yeah, but the older you get, the more pathetic it looks.
I
Like
guess.
if you're still recreationally doing coke in your 30s, it's just sad.
And there's going to be a lot of people who don't like what I'm about to say, but if you're under 25, you shouldn't be using any mind-altering substance. And that includes alcohol.
It'll fuck you up.
It'll fuck your brain up. It absolutely does. Let it finish and then fuck up your brain. Anyway, but it's a thing you do when you're a kid. That's something stupid we need to stop telling people.
Yeah, there needs to be a little bit more accountability for people too. We don't have a lot of consequences for young people.
And it's all fine. Somebody goes, those rock and roll CDs are bad. Okay. It's one thing to listen to this stuff and think it's interesting or cool. It's another to then go out there and try to emulate it. When the truth is, chances are, if you do this, you're not going to be Keith Richards, who just does drugs for 50 years. You're going to be in a ditch somewhere dead and nobody's going to care.
Yeah, because nobody knows who you are. And you're not going to achieve much in life as an addict.
Yeah.
Some people do, but it's harder. You're creating obstacles in your life unnecessarily.
You did it, Monk. No, I didn't. I did not say that we shouldn't have people allowed to go out there and make their rap music or their shitty what passes for music these days. By all means, do that. It's not like the idea of drugs and sex is new to music. But there was a time when we knew, like, that band's funny. And instead it's like, I want to be a degenerate like that guy. And the difference is how the culture is. Because now it's not just held up as this is a rock guy. This is, I'm going to go out there and do the same stupid shit he did. We used to look at the people like that and make fun of them. You're a burnout. You're a stoner. You're a hippie. And now it's like, oh, it's a cool thing to do. Still not cool. And a lot of that comes from a lack of a dad in their life to snatch up their ass and tell them to knock that shit off.
Yeah, well, everything in moderation. The pothead kids were the worst because they'd sit there and talk. That's all they'd talk about. Like, oh, pot's not addictive. Then why do you not shut up about it? Like, you smoke a joint occasionally is a lot different than like, oh, I can't stop talking about marijuana. We can smell you, dude. We know.
We know. You stink.
That we can both agree on, and we can revive both the mental health of this country while stopping the fentanyl epidemic that will kill more people this year than who died on 9/11. And I refuse to be a passive bystander sitting in the White House like the hollowed out husk of a current president we have. We will step up and address this problem to stand for Americans and our children.
I mean, a good line there for the sound bites and everything, but did he really actually answer?
No, a good soundbite would have been, we'll just let Hunter snort it all.
Yeah, put that shit through Hunter. It'll clean it out. How about we just lock down the border? That's the answer there. Lock down the border. If you want to go more than that, how about if you're found actually profiting off of drugs? This is, again, I think we talked about this before. New Jack City makes a great point at the end, where Nino Brown's on trial, and instead of, he's like, oh, I'm going to name all the names, and he starts naming bankers. Yeah. That's you really want to hit drugs, that's where you hit him in the bank.
Yeah.
Not your little street dealer. That dude's not, it's not like the movies where that little street dealer's living it up.
No, they're making like minimum wage.
Yeah, somebody's laundering that money. Go after that motherfucker.
Yeah. And also, if you really want to crack down on the border, if somebody is handle like Malaysia, somebody bringing illicit drugs in, you just shoot them on the spot.
Yeah.
Like automatic death sentence to any illegal immigrant bringing illegal drugs into the country. That'll help cut it down.
Keldrick says, it's a thing you do when you're a kid, but there are a lot of other stupid things people do as kids that they shouldn't, and we still tell them that they shouldn't do those things. Yes.
Yeah.
And Instead, these days it's almost expected.
Well, we have such a passive
It's
society because everything is shamed now. You're not allowed to tell fat people to lose weight. You're not allowed to tell people to not do drugs. Oh, they got to experience that for themselves. No, they don't. Listen to people that have been there and done that. Listen to people that are recovering addicts. Listen to people who used to be 400 pounds and now they're normal.
all right. I forget whose question is next.
Yeah, we've been distractible. Sorry.
Why? It's you're not doing it.
I blame older boys.
That is why everything he said, I agree with. That is why, as commander in chief, I'm going to use the U.S. military to go after the Mexican drug cartels. They are killing our people. And the stories that I've seen in Florida, we had an infant, 18 months. Parents rented an Airbnb. And apparently the people that had rented it before were using drugs. The infant was crawling, the toddler was crawling on the carpet and ingested fentanyl residue and died. Are we just going to...
That's a fucked up story, man.
That is really fucked up. I vaguely remember hearing that, but I didn't really look into it. But yeah, first of all, that's why I don't rent Airbnbs, because they're murder houses.
Yeah.
You're going to get kidnapped and murdered. So that's a psychopath trap. It's like Craigslist whores. You're going to get murdered. So don't do that. But you're just innocent people on vacation, and you think you're doing this like money saving thing where you could have that same problem in a hotel that wasn't cleaned very well.
Sure.
That's fucking awful. And there was an article I found the other day where somebody was going around stabbing people with needles that were infected with HIV. I think it was in the Philippines, but like 11 people got AIDS that way. It's fucking crazy. We'll have to cover it the next couple of days because I really want to talk about that story. But
when I was, go ahead.
No, the story he's telling is exactly part of the problem. Innocent people are getting hurt by what's happening.
When I lived in Virginia, there was a guy who robbed a bank with a needle he said had AIDS on it. Yeah. In chat, where did I see that? Start a war with Mexico. Great, Ron. You WEF globalist. WEF globalist. I'm okay with using our military against the Mexican drug cartels. They come up here, kill our people, literally, and do it slowly with things like fentanyl and other drugs. I'm fine with us going over there and going like, you don't get to live anymore. You send another fucking thing across my border, and we're going to put a bullet in your head.
Yeah. I have no problem calling any cartel or even a lot of street gangs as domestic terrorists. Going into Mexico might pose a lot of logistical issues, but it's probably going to happen at some point.
We could do it quietly with some wet work. I'm all right.
Yeah, but I don't know if I trust the CIA to do that anymore.
No, the CIA's working with the fucking drug cartels. They have been for decades.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Anyway, sorry. How do you think they're financed?
Right?
Going to sit here and let this happen, this carnage happen in our country? I am not going to do that. So I guarantee you on day one, this border is going to be a day one issue for me as president. We're going to declare it a national emergency. Yes, we'll build the wall. We'll do remain in Mexico. But those Mexican drug cartels are going to be treated like the foreign terrorist organizations that they are.
Wait for it.
Vice President Pence, we're going to move on to a different issue. Hold on, sir. Vice President Pence. Just last month, Vice President Pence, you...
Nikki's there trying to get her point heard. She comes back later.
Oh, of course she does.
I'm of the opinion that they should have asked a question and just shut up and let him go. I would rather listen to them all just scream at each other than them just refuse to answer a question anyway.
Well, I would do that in the hopes that it would devolve into a slap fight where they're all just slapping at each other like middle schoolers. I think that'd be hilarious.
Said if elected, you would repeal all Obamacare mandates. However, you also made that same promise in 2020.
Okay. I forgot that this was the question. I'm going to let this one just play, Jack. If you need me to stop it, let me know. But I'm just going to let it play. Because it's funny as fuck.
Mexican drug cartels are going to be treated like the foreign terrorist organizations that they are.
President Pence. All right, Vice President Pence, and we're going to move on to a different issue. Hold on, sir. Vice President Pence. Just last month, Vice President Pence, you said if elected, you would repeal all Obamacare mandates. However, you also made that same promise in 2016. And at that time, Trump-Pence had congressional majorities for at least the first 2 years, and you did not deliver on that promise. So Obamacare, right now, it is more popular than ever. Why should Americans trust you if you become president to fix that, or is Obamacare here to stay?
Well, first, let me speak to the mass shootings issue, and then I'll answer that question. It's an important one, Dana. Look, I'm someone that believes that justice delayed is justice denied. And as a father of three, as the grandfather of three beautiful little girls, I am sick and tired of these mass shootings happening in the United States of America. And if I'm president of the United States, I'm going to go to the Congress of the United States, and we're going to pass a federal expedited death penalty for anyone involved in a mass shooting so that they will meet their fate in months, not years. It is unconscionable that the Parkland shooter, Ron, is actually going to spend the rest of his life behind bars in Florida. That's not justice. We have to mete out justice and send a message to these would-be killers that you are not going to live out your days behind bars. You're going to meet justice in this system.
But does that mean Obamacare is here to stay?
It was so hard not to do it because he says so much stupid shit there.
Yeah.
Okay, so his answer to gun crime is he's just going to federally execute everybody.
Well, he said anyone involved in a mass shooting.
Mass shooting.
You know who's involved in mass shooting? Victims, idiot. You're going to execute victims. Using specifically the words and phrasing he said. That's what it includes.
What a fucking horrible answer, but I love how so Obamacare is just here to stay. Okay, wait. I'm going to back it up just a second so we can get the full impact of this. Ready?
And send a message to these would-be killers that you are not going to live out your days behind bars.
I'm sorry. It's okay. I don't have to rewind again. But I want to bring up, he brings up, it's a shame that the Parkland shooter is going to get to live out the rest of his days. Ron, like Ron did it.
Yeah, Ron wasn't on the jury. Ron wasn't the judge. Look, that's how the system works. Sometimes you don't get the result that you might want. The guy is still locked up. He didn't get a walk. They're still going to keep him in jail. Do I think he should have been executed? Yes. But that's the pussy jury they selected. They didn't have the balls to execute the clown.
And you're 100% right. But what a fucking cheap shot to try to put that on DeSantis.
Yeah, it's not like DeSantis can overturn the judge and be like, no, we're going to execute that motherfucker. But you're going to round up posses then too and just go execute some vigilante justice? Is that what you want?
And I do love Ron's face right here, like, you motherfucker.
Yeah, like, there's no response to that.
Now, we already know what's coming. The aftermath is even better, Jack.
Oh, of course.
Justice in this system.
But does that mean Obamacare is here to stay?
Well, thank you.
I love that pause. He's like, fuck.
Oh, that was the question, wasn't it? Thank
you for reiterating the question because I'd love to answer it. Look.
You could have done that when she asked it.
Yeah, but he needed to get a cheap shot out. Maybe he's gonna make another joke. He seems to be on stand-up night.
Wait, we're up to 3 failed jokes, right?
Yeah, 3 so far.
0 for 3. Yeah, I just want to keep count.
I think it's one of the choices here. You know, my former running mate, Donald Trump.
My former running mate. Just a minute ago, you were taking credit for everything he'd ever done. Yeah. And now it's like, oh, this guy I once knew.
Yeah. It kind of implies, too, that Pence was the real selling on the ticket, not Trump, too.
Right. You were the running mate, motherfucker. He was the presidential candidate.
Yeah.
actually has a plan to start to consolidate more power in Washington, D.C.
Bitch, you were just talking about federally executing people.
Yeah, for local crimes. Horrible crimes, granted, but you were just talking about increasing federal ability to look. I already think the feds do a lot of bullshit double jeopardy stuff disguised as civil rights violations. But you're talking about now executing people, overstepping the bounds of the federal government, and now you're going to switch and be like, oh, you can't put more power at the feds. Is that what I'm seeing here?
Do these people even listen to themselves?
No, because most politicians now are fucking hypocritical douchebags.
It's one of the choices here. You know, my former running mate, Donald Trump, actually has a plan to start to consolidate more power in Washington, D.C., consolidate more power in the executive branch. If I'm president of the United States, it's my intention to make the federal government smaller by returning to the states those resources and programs that are rightfully theirs under the 10th Amendment of the Constitution. That means all Obamacare funding, all housing funding, all HHS funding, all of it goes back to the states. We'll shut down the federal Department of Education. We'll allow states to innovate. We're going to revive federalism in America, and states are going to help bring America back.
He did answer there, Dana. Just very briefly, he just threw it in with the rest of his stump stuff.
Yeah.
But he did what all of them have done so far. We're gonna cut all these things and return that funding to the states. Sir, that goes to the people. That they're the ones who pay taxes.
Yeah. Also, you notice how many of them are talking about shutting down different departments now that weren't doing it last time. But Vivek brought it up, and now they're all like on board with it.
And if you notice, he points to his right when he mentions the Department of Education specifically. So at least he gave Vivek credit for that, because that's where it's been coming from.
Yeah.
Vivek. Sorry, how you say his fucking name.
I'm never going to get that dude's name right. I'm not even trying anymore.
It's Vivcake from the way I'm told.
Yeah, I'm so close to saying Vivian every time. So let's just be happy I'm this close.
But yeah, all of them have it in their mind. Like, oh, Jay, we got to stop all this federalism. By the way, here's how I'm going to abuse it.
Yeah.
I'm going to kill people. That's where he went to. I'm going to kill people.
It'll spark you up and running and just make it never ending. But look, I'm pro death penalty most of the time, but I don't trust the feds a lot.
It's not their place.
No, this should be handled by the states. The feds should not be meddling in every local affair. Not every tragedy is a crime, and not every tragedy is the federal government's purview.
Hey, look, we're gonna give you back your Department of Education funding, but we're gonna kill your citizens. Okay. Just make sure Kamala's not the one who's in charge of that shit.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly why the feds shouldn't be involved is people like Kamala Harris.
What are you still doing streaming? It's not over yet. That's all, Milt. All right, here we go.
Stu, go ahead. May I remind everyone to keep within their time frame so that we can get as many questions.
You can do it. You can remind them. It ain't gonna work though.
Oh, you gotta kill their microphones or they're gonna keep going.
And not just kill them when their time is up. As soon as they veer off into other shit, cut it off.
Yeah, and move the camera away because they're just in it for the screen time.
Snub Thank You says they might as well hand the Dems the election. Well, here's the truth. A lot of what they're saying is considered red meat because most people listening to this are not going to put the thought into it that we are. They're just going to hear, yeah, China bad, kill those fucking murderers. And they're hearing this stuff. They're not paying attention to the fact that the question's not being asked or being answered. They're not going to pay attention to the fact that a lot of what these shitheads are saying is contrary to their smaller government bullshit. It's just different big government.
Yeah, they're going to get sound bites. That's all they're going to see is clips. They're not going to see context.
Frankly, if it's between letting the federal government just kill people because they decide you didn't get the proper sentence and funding the education department, I'm probably going to fall on the side of funding the education department.
Yeah,
I do not want the feds just out there murdering people.
No, because they do it for that. What else are they going to expand it to? You're wrong, think. That's there's always growth with federal government. They do not shrink themselves.
And this tough on crime bullshit that they're peddling up here on this stage, if they were running for a governorship, fine. But you're talking about the president of the United States, and most of what they've said has nothing to fucking do with what the president should be doing.
You really want a president dictating who can get executed?
Right.
That's a scary fucking thought, because that's dictatorship territory. And I don't want somebody like Obama, who did kill an American citizen with a drone strike, who targeted that citizen. I don't want them making that decision domestically. I don't want them executing any citizen. I don't want them having that kind of power.
They should not be in the business of criminal justice. It's not what the feds are for. That is state stuff.
Yeah.
Question for Governor DeSantis. Over 26 million Americans don't have insurance coverage. Governor DeSantis, 2.5 million of them are in your state. That's worse than the national average.
Here we go again. Democratic talking point. We just had to hear, are you keeping Obamacare? And now it's the old Obamacare talking point. All of these people don't have insurance.
Maybe they don't want insurance.
You can't, there's only two things to do here, Stuart. Force people, which is wrong, or let them make bad decisions. Well, because as I've told you guys before, poor people have insurance in the United States. And fuck, if you're in California, you have pretty decent insurance because you have your federal and your state stuff. We got into this problem because everybody kept pushing this bullshit lie about, oh my God, these poor people, they can't get insurance. And the truth, and they acknowledged it at the beginning of the Obamacare thing, is that it was people who didn't want it. But they were going to force it on because it was all an insurance scam. If you learn nothing else from me, learn that Obamacare was an insurance scam. They let the fucking insurers write it, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Nancy Pelosi famously said, we'll read it after we passed it. Bitch didn't even know it was in it.
Well, to know what's in it.
But they all push for it. We should either go to single payer or go back to how we were.
Yeah.
Those are the two, because this midway bullshit is costing everybody.
Well, if they really wanted to make healthcare more affordable, they'd allow it to be sold over state lines.
Sure, absolutely. 100%.
Because that would force competition. But they don't want that because the system's rigged and they know it.
Okay.
Can Americans trust you on this?
Well, I think this is a symptom of our overall economic decline. Everything has gotten more expensive. You see insurance rates are going through the roof. People that are going to get groceries. I spoke with a woman in Iowa, and she said, for the first time in my life,
What a stupid ass answer. But did you hear the question?
Yeah.
You have however many people who don't have health insurance. There in Florida, you have more than the national average. Can the people trust you with this issue? What issue? It's not the federal government's job to give everybody insurance. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, and why did Obamacare fix this problem like it was allegedly going to do? Why is Obamacare so expensive? And why are you forcing it on people? Why are the copays so ridiculous? Obamacare failed. Maybe we should go back to the way things were and allow more competition by letting insurance go over state lines. How about that? How about that answer? Instead of like, I met this woman in Iowa. Nobody gives a fuck. He asked you about your state. Be like, look, maybe our state can allow insurers from other states to sell here.
having to take things out of my grocery cart when I get to the checkout line because the total goes up so quickly. So this is very real and people are hurting out there. So we've got to address the underlying.
Okay, I get the point there. I had to take stuff out. You go in shopping, you should know how much money you have. A calculator is really cheap. Add the shit up as you put it in your cart. How about I couldn't afford as much? Now, I'm sorry. This is one of those ones that pisses me off because it's just trying to pull at the heartstrings. I had to put stuff back. That's not worse than I had to skip on things. It just sounds worse.
Yeah. How about I walked out with 2 bags and it cost me $50?
Yeah. Something meaning I had to put stuff back because I can't do basic fucking math.
Problem with Bidenomics, the overspending, taking all Biden's rules and regulations. I'm going to throw them in the trash can on day one. You're not going to have to worry about that. We're going to open up all of our energy. We will be energy dominant in this country. That will lower your gas prices. And what we need to do with healthcare is recognize our healthcare is putting patients at the back of the bus. We have big pharma, big insurance, and big government, and we need to tackle that and have more power for the people and the doctor-patient relationship.
I mean, he makes a lot of good points there, but it had nothing to do with the question.
Questions are just a launching point. They're more guidelines than anything else.
If you're not going to make them answer the questions, just let them do the free-for-all.
Is your record in Florida?
I mean, they got Nikki there. I bet she could take it.
I bet she could take it real good.
Just make Christy go last. You don't want to be after Christy.
Oh, God, no. There'd be like donut smear all over her.
You wouldn't be able to tell whether that's just donut frosting or, other stuff. That's just glaze.
Krispy Kreme left a residue, but I don't know what kind.
On insurance worse than the national average.
Our state's a dynamic state. We've got a lot of folks that come. Of course, we've had a population.
Sorry, I interrupted it there where I paused it. He's like, but yours is worse on this. Well, Stuart, the only choice there literally is force them. Is that what you're suggesting? And that's what I would have asked him. Like, are you suggesting that I force people to get insurance?
Yes. Yes, he is.
All right. Again, another one of those talking points. This is a lefty talking point. And Fox News is doing the bidding of the DNC here.
Uh-huh.
And this is, it's very much like the abortion thing, Jack, where it's like, they're just like, hey, you have a right to help. No, you don't. You do not have a right to this shit. You can do it if you want to get health insurance, and you should. If you can't afford it, you should get it. But it's not the government's job to provide that for you.
Yes, it is.
But they keep making it, hey, what are you? How can they trust you? It's not my job, homie.
Hey, fact.
Also don't have a lot of welfare benefits in Florida. We're basically say this is a field of dreams. You can do well in the state, but we're not going to be like California and have massive numbers of people on government programs without work requirements. We believe you work and you got to do that. And so that goes for all the welfare benefits. And you know what that's done, Stuart? Our unemployment rate is the lowest amongst any big state. We have the highest GDP growth amongst any big state. And even CNBC, no fan of mine, ranked Florida the #1 economy in America.
All right, he can pat himself on the back there because he did finally kind of answer the question. Kind of. Hey, if you're gonna, we'll make you work if you want this stuff. All right, fair enough.
On the topic of healthcare, Governor Haley, healthcare is the leading cause of bankruptcy for American families, accounting for 2/3 of all personal bankruptcies. As president, how you protect Americans who get sick from financial ruin?
Who get sick from financial ruin?
Like they saw their negative bank account and were like, I feel disgusted.
You meant to ask what we do for people who go into financial ruin from being sick.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I know that in Spanish, you put the color of the chair after the chair instead of before, but don't switch stuff up. It just sounds weird.
Oh, dude, I would bet money that she has like no like she's 3rd generation American and doesn't normally talk with this accent.
First of all, how can we be the best country in the world and have the most expensive health care in the world?
Because we have all the cool
Jack,
technology.
Have you ever heard of the best thing being the most expensive?
Yeah, like Sony's are not cheap.
It seems to be a concept that Nikki doesn't understand. How can we have the best in the world and it be the most expensive? Asked and answered, sweetheart.
Yeah, also you don't have to wait 6 months to get an MRI here because you pay more.
And yeah, there's ways to cut back, but that's just such a stupid question.
Yeah, look, I think costs could come down.
Sure.
But if you're going for the best, you're going to pay for it. It sucks. Don't get me wrong. I saw my brother's medical bills when he was getting cancer treatment. Holy God. I have massive debt from being sick about 10 years ago. I had a collapsed lung. And holy shit. Talk about financial ruin. But that's the price you pay if you want to stay alive. It sucks. But until costs come down, they find a way. Well, a lot of that would honestly be tort reform. So you can't just sue your doctor because your feelings were hurt or you were misgendered or some bullshit. That would help bring expenses down a little bit.
I've never heard of anybody coming, from Mexico up to the United States to get liposuction and them and 3 of their friends getting kidnapped and 2 of them killed.
Yeah, well, there's that. I mean, if you want to get technical.
People come here for the best. For all these countries, like, we got universal health care. Oh, shit, I'm sick. I'm going to the States.
Yeah, that does seem to happen quite a bit because of the lines. Like, we have 5 MRI machines in our whole country because bureaucracy runs the NHS.
Could we fix some of it? Yes. But please stop being like, oh my God, we have the best. Why is it expensive? If you want the cheap shit, I'll tell you what, Nikki, next time you get sick, take your ass to Canada and see how well it works out for you.
Yeah, enjoy waiting in your patient stacking like the UK has.
Yeah, be careful. You don't want to have anything that's, acute because you're going to die before they even see you.
Yeah.
We have an issue. My mom was in the hospital, and when she was in the hospital, they tried to bring her a couple of Tylenol, and she said, I don't need it. And they said, honey, go ahead and take it because you're paying for it anyway. Why is it that when we got the bill, the insurance company and the hospital negotiated the bill for her without her having anything to do with it?
Because the insurance is the one that's going to pay it. I don't know what answer she's looking for there.
I don't either. It's not going to be free. I'm sorry. It's just not.
Is your mom like really good at debating and she thought, what, you think she's going to get on the phone with him and go, hell no, this is too much?
I have seen that done, but it's really rare. And usually it's a lawyer.
Yeah, exactly. It's not her mom just hanging out going, I paid too much for aspirin.
Yeah.
The insurance companies, believe it or not, Nikki, they don't want to pay any more than they have to.
They don't want to pay at all.
It's their bottom line too. Why'd they get to negotiate? It's probably a better price than your mom would have got on her own.
Yeah.
Why wasn't she involved? Because she's not a negotiator, fucker.
I also sometimes, when I'm bored, I'll just go be a hostage negotiator because
it's something to do on a Friday.
I have hobbies.
And I am president, we will break all of it, from the insurance company to the hospitals, to the doctor's offices, to the PBMs, to the pharmaceutical companies. We will make it all transparent, because when you do that, you will realize that's what the problem is. Second thing is you've got to deal with tort law. The doctors don't give you the 10 tests because they want to. It's because of the 90% chance they'll get sued. And then we need to bring competition back to healthcare, get rid of certificate of need systems, and make sure that they can compete. We have to put the patient in the driver's seat. They've been in the back seat for way too long. And once we give the patient the ability to decide their healthcare, deciding which plan they want, that is when we will see magic happen. But
Can people not pick their own healthcare?
Some places, because of Obamacare, you only get one option. That's why it's important to have insurance options across state lines.
You can still get private insurance. And I realize there's places that have started pulling out of states and stuff, but as far as I know, there's nowhere where you can only get one thing. It might be all you can afford at the moment. All right.
We're going to have to make every part of the industry open up and show us where their warts are, because they all have them, and we need to fix this on behalf of the American people.
And that's what
The problem is the Republicans have been talking about doing shit like this for decades, and they don't do it. They get elected, and then they magically forget to actually try and do their job.
Well, again, does the Fed have the power to do that?
Probably not, but they haven't done anything to repeal Obamacare or fix it. They just talk a lot. That's why I don't trust any of these fucking idiots to do anything. They're just going to talk a mean game, and then do nothing.
And she brings up, she hits that nice Republican talking point about tort reform, basically, is what she said there.
Mm-hmm.
Which is fine, but what about administration? You ain't say shit about that.
Yeah, HR departments, administrators. That's a big part of it.
Specifically the administration, because a lot of that comes from the fact that there are so many guidelines for healthcare and for the insurance companies.
Yeah.
We got to file this paperwork.
Yeah. And a lot of that stuff does come back to tort, but nobody's going to fix that because there's too many special interest groups that want to keep the lawsuits going.
Do you have a better way in 30 seconds?
Well, yes, we're not talking about the real problem ever. We talk about why do we have the most expensive healthcare in the world? It's because the federal government got involved the same way they did with EVs, and they said, we're going to subsidize a particular kind of software back in 2008 under Obama, and they said, hey, we're going to do this. It's going to make everyone more productive. All of you that are watching have been to a doctor's office when the doctor's got his back to you and their hands on a keyboard. The only industry in the world that's ever absorbed $1 trillion of IT and became less productive, they saw less patients per day, is U.S. healthcare, because they were subsidizing a certain kind of technology. It wasn't about improving healthcare. It was about picking winners and losers.
For the record, I don't know what he's talking about, but my doctor, this is empirical, Jack, but it absolutely has been streamlined. I don't have to fill out shit anymore when I go to the doctor. My record's right there for him, no matter which one I go to, and it's so nice. It really is.
Yeah, I mean, look, maybe the software sucks or something, but my doctor's always goofing off. I don't think he listens to me half the time. He just tells me I'm fat.
Dude, the other day, my primary care doctor just needed to see something, just instantly pulled up my last MRI.
Yeah.
And could just scroll right through it. Like, I maybe there was some stuff that went on with the software thing and it gotten slower or whatever. Not in my hospitals. So I mean, maybe I'm just lucky.
There's probably some bureaucratic nonsense that got added on. You know how that goes.
Every time the federal government's involved, whether it's higher education, healthcare, or now the auto industry, things get more expensive and less competitive.
And that is 100% true.
Yeah. Look at all the shitty electrical vehicles they've been pushing lately that nobody wants.
He had a much better example there. Just Obamacare itself. Everything got more expensive just on that.
Yeah.
For everybody. Oh, he's so happy with himself.
We are going to move on the future of education in America. What's the government's role in finding a way forward? The second Republican debate rolls on.
I can answer this whole next section. The government's role in education, the federal government's role in education, none.
Yeah, to fuck off and mind their own business.
Jack, we're 4 hours in. I need to use the restroom and roll a few more cigarettes. Can you talk to the audience for a minute? And then if you need a break, I'll switch off and we'll get right back into it.
I already went and peed. I told you I was stepping away, remember?
Cool. I will be right back.
All right, it's just us, audience. Megatron's going to take a whiz. So, that means I'm in charge. Hates garlic? What? Get rid of illegals, a little cheaper healthcare? Oh, yeah, absolutely. They're a big drain on education, healthcare, the welfare system, housing. The right to housing that New York has is so fucking dumb. That's why they're going to spend $1 billion this next year on housing illegal immigrants, mostly in 5-star hotels, apparently. Let's party. Woo! It's time for 320 credit score activities. Yeah, because none of us can afford to do anything because we have shit credit. So we're just going to chat. So what's going on, chat? What's up, Bernie Mac? How you doing? Obamacare in California made it so I had to pay $3,500 a month for medical insurance, even if I paid for private medical. That's insane, dude. Another reason not to live in California. That place is lucky it's pretty because it doesn't have a lot going for it. It's got shit leadership. It's a desert for the most part, and earthquakes. And there's a lot of weird people there and pedophiles. Oof. Yeah, well, I say things a lot. All right, let's see what's over on Rumble. What's up? The fuck you still doing streaming? 24-hour stream? No, we're just talking about the debate, and you know how we are. Pause every couple of seconds. Yeah, Glenn Beck did talk about shutting down the Department of Education at least 5 years ago. He's been talking about it for a long time, probably since he was at CNN, which easily been a decade. But then nobody's going to do that. They all talk about it. They're not going to do it. They're all pussies. They're all a bunch of cowards. Ramaswamy might do it or try to do it, but people like Lindsey Graham will fight him at every turn. Buy monkey an empty milk jug and a carton of cigarettes. Yeah, that would probably be a good idea. Yeah, it might be an 8-hour stream. I might fall asleep by then, Bubba. Well, we got a lot to say. That's all there is to it. The also Republicans are pretty mid. Yeah, you're not wrong. Let's face it, unless something catastrophic happens, Trump's pretty much got the nomination right now. That's true, Cigar. EFAP got nothing on us. I mostly just get really enraged by a handful of issues that are important to me, but Monk gets a little more fired up about some of the other ones. So together, it's a lot of pausing. Can you show us how Asian women picks? No, I can't control what's presented. He has to do that. So otherwise, yeah, it'd be a slideshow of hot Asians. It'll be like, yeah, check this out. Check out this stunning, saucy bit of all right. No, I'm glad you're enjoying it, comrade. Well, that's why the courts are trying to stop Trump. Yeah, let's face it, a lot of this stuff is bullshit that he's getting charged with. I heard he lost some business license stuff for overvaluing his estate. That looked like a bunch of judicial nonsense. They're trying so hard to destroy that man. And honestly, I hope they fail because it'll be hilarious. He'll be back in 15 years. Yeah, hopefully sooner than that. Because I can't end the stream either. The most I can do is leave. So I'll be like, all right, I'm tired. You guys are on your own. Asian waifu revolution win? That's a good question. Because, man, can't go wrong with an Asian waifu. Except they will lecture you and tell you what to do. Well, they run the household. We will be able to get through the debate. Maybe. Allegedly, DeSantis has 1 month's worth of funds left. It wouldn't surprise me. He blew through a lot of money really early on. And his numbers just are not reflecting where he probably should be. And let's face it, if Trump wasn't the nominee, he'd be leading the pack. Ramaswamy would be giving him a run for it, but I think DeSantis has a charisma issue. Do one long show a month. We have been lately. I think with the election coming up, we'll probably end up doing more long shows just out of necessity because of stuff like this where there's a lot to talk about.
Where did that come from, the do one long show? I mean, not who said it, but what precipitated that?
Because some people really enjoy these long form episodes.
Lady Monkey woke up and she's upstairs watching TV, which unfortunately uses the same internet. So hopefully it's doable. I just saw it give us the little circle. I don't want to have to switch to Starlink and every 15 minutes be like, fuck, hang on. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And that we end up with that lag.
Yeah. I'm gonna mute that for a second as I let this play a little bit. No.
I wonder if we'll get either yelling person from Trump 2.0 or January 6 2.0. Oh, I'm sure the feds are working on the second one there. Don't worry, they'll find a way to make him look bad, I'm sure.
Okay, we might just have to wrap up here.
Oh, okay.
My internet just went out completely again.
I blame other kids.
No, it's all right. You know what we're gonna do, Jack? We're gonna try. We're gonna see what happens if we.
We're gonna see what happens. What? That was a fragment sentence. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Are you back? Nope. That's not a good sign. Well, make sure you guys hit the like button, share this on your social media, etc., etc. It's over, boys, right? Boomer Tech. Yeah, he lives in the middle of fucking nowhere. This internet sucks balls. Megatron is buffered. I'm so lonely. So sad and lonely. Game over, man. Game over. Yeah, the Bill Paxton Collective. You can't beat them. Are they salty balls? Maybe. I don't know. And we're gonna try this. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, it did not want to work.
Apparently.
All right. So I was setting this up, and that's when I realized that I had been cut off completely on the AT&T. So we're gonna try it on here and see how well it goes.
Alrighty.
Good luck to us.
Yeah.
Now I wanted to show you this, Jack, because there's one of the Rumble commercials.
To 98.
Hey YouTube, what are you doing?
Oh, I'm updating my content policies.
Really? Do you mind if I take a look?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, here you go. Oh, wait. One more. This is a new one.
Thank you. I'll block off my schedule.
It's a real page turner. Oh, page 94 is my personal favorite.
Okay, can't wait.
Their other ones are much more cutting than that one.
Yeah. Well, honestly, the reality of that would have been, hey, can I see it? Yeah, let me just redact a few things. They still apply to you, but you can't see them.
Yes. They would have been blank. They'd be like, just take our word for it.
Yeah.
It's a guideline. Guideline, not a rule. All right, here we go.
And we are back live at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library in the Air Force One Pavilion for the second Republican debate. And let's get back to our questions, Governor Haley. American students, they are in academic trouble. They have lower scores in math and reading. There's chronic absenteeism. That's at record highs. And this has even been called education homicide. You say school choice is the answer, but South Carolina, your home state, still has not enacted universal school choice, and even the current expansion won't be fully implemented until 2027. Parents can't wait 4 years for a fix. So what would you do right now?
Well,
Jack, she did it again.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, this issue that belongs with governors. What would you do as president? None. Nothing. It's not my fucking job. What do you expect her to go to each kid's house and go, hey, go to school? A national delinquency law, something like what the fuck do you expect?
Yeah, I don't know. Again, they assume that the federal government should have micromanaging control over everything.
Mm-hmm.
And that's absolutely a lefty commie talking point.
And school choice isn't the only answer, but I'll tell you, it's not out of a lack of trying that we didn't try and get school choice in South Carolina. What I'll tell you, first of all, is we have to acknowledge the fact that 67% of our eighth graders are not proficient in reading or math. Over 80% of our eighth graders aren't proficient in history or civics. And recently they came out and said our 12 and 13-year-olds are scoring at the lowest levels they've been scoring in reading and math in decades.
All true, but you're running to be president, not school board leader. The answer here is simple. It's not a federal government issue, period. Son of a bitch, Jack, they're pissing me off.
I get you, man.
Jack, you still there?
Yeah, are you?
Yeah, it actually ducked. We're gonna stop here. We'll come back to this. I guess we'll do a one tomorrow, guys, to catch the last half of this debate. I need to write down this number here where we're at. Yeah, sorry, Lady Monkey, with her being sick and stuff, her sleep has also been way thrown off. So
yeah,
her being up there watching this, it is a very what's the word I'm looking for here? Delicate balance.
Indeed.
So there you go, guys. 4. What do we make? What do we go? 4.5?
440.
Jesus Christ. For those of you who'd like to watch this yourselves, either in the meantime or to catch up on the parts we stepped over, by all means, check it out right.
And give it 10 seconds
to talk about.
There.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, bud. Did I
nope,
cut out?
You cut out. So
I
was counting down.
Just saying, wrapping up. Thank you guys for watching, and we will do the rest of this. What else? Oh, thank you for the donations. This is why I don't use the Starlink, Jack. It just causes way too many problems.
Mm-hmm.
It's great for downloads, horrible for streaming. Thanks for all of the support, guys. You guys are awesome. Jack, anything you want to show?
Not today. Thanks for the donos, guys. The tips are greatly appreciated and keep us going. And check out our links in the description if you want more content. Much appreciated.
Thanks for watching, guys. Jack, a pleasure as always.
I'm always glad to be here.
Have a good one, guys. We'll see y'all next time.
Bye, everybody.
What are you going to do as president to fix monkey's shitty internet? I want the answer